service-wise.
Oh yeah, no, I mean it's Comcast. What do you expect? So hey, thumbs up to Spectrum for being shitty, but the least shitty option, or in Lee's case, Lee's only shitty option.
Basically, yeah.
I thought it was clever. Nobody laughed. Anyway, like I said, I'm Sip. Like I said,
Anyway,
I've got a headache threatening to come back if it does. Like, you know, I don't know how long the session will be. We'll see. Ideally, it'll go for like 12 hours, but who knows?
ideally, we'll be here for a few days.
Yeah, exactly. Alas, party time. Any last minute goofs? Anybody?
I already set it up. Don't worry about it.
I know. Adarsh?
I got nothing.
Lee?
I watched an axolotl this week.
Oh, that's awesome.
Like
babysitting?
I think, yeah, like you were pet sitting it?
Yeah,
How's that
I
work?
did an axolotl, some poison dart frogs, some African rock frogs. That shit was fun.
Those are bugs.
I know, right? I'm getting out of my comfort zone.
In fact, they eat
your
bugs.
efforts on being
That sounds like a
bugs.
dangerous sitcom
Crazy.
issue.
I saw a post today that was like by the time you're in your 30s, you should have a friend designated for every single animal group, so that when you see a post about them, you can send that friend that meme. And I was like, okay, I got bugs and I got birds.
Yeah, I was gonna say I got bugs and birds.
I mean, Ronnie's probably my cat friend, I guess.
Alex also covers my my dinosaurs.
And Robert's your
Yeah.
cat enemy, right?
Yeah, sure.
Alex is specifically my my cat nothing. She hates cats. She hates my cats.
That's untrue.
But
She just hates you.
she just hates me. Alex, you got any last minute things?
No.
Can you give him a
I
swing
may
or
have broken
middle
my
finger?
toe.
All right, I'll fucking put everyone out of their misery. I'll jump in. I will do all the work as usual. Alex, do you want to do the recap?
Uh, no.
What if I ask nicely?
No.
Huh.
You know I would.
Yeah, I
That's
know
not
you
fu-
would.
It's not funny to ask me.
I know, exactly. Like, if I know Alex is gonna say no, but, like, there's, like, that 1% chance she might be willing to, and I'm one day it'll happen. Either way. I just, like, clapped behind the microphone, didn't get picked up, but it scared the shit out of Benny. Poor guy. After finally going into the Sabine Highlands, almost losing Strieg, finding the Tome of Erudition that you were on a hunt for, gaining access to the powerful armament that you have dubbed the Retirement Sword, and eventually somehow surviving the furthest reaches of the abandoned portions of the Sabine Highlands and the town of Morestus and its surrounding clusterfuck, you made your way back to Fortuny Sol. It was here that you intended to find out what was going to happen with the meeting, only to find out, unfortunately, Wallace had other plans. You returned and met up with a hired gun, as it were, a mercenary to facilitate the handoff, one Ayami Soji, a assassin with quite a lot of skills in escaping, being quick, and being precise. She had already spent weeks ingratiating herself in the lives of would-be hostages if issues came to pass, and boy did they. But for better or worse, a failed attack on Alice and later threats falling on roughly deaf ears led to you guys coming up with a plan. And using the book, you found out her plan. To get the book, go to a specific person who would verify it, kill that person, and then she would be disappearing to await further instructions from Captain Wallace. So you put your plan into action. You met with this person, you explained to her what was going on, who you were, and Mallory Polaire, she seemed to agree with your plan. She seemed amicable to it and appreciated everything. And that night, Ayami showed up very late. Strieg got the drop on her, very surprisingly. And even more so, was able to give her the fake book. The plan was in motion. She went, disappeared, and a while later with Frey watching, you saw as she had the book confirmed by Mallory Polaire, the Mannerite, and immediately killed her, with Frey using the last of his arcane observation to cast a spell through it, hopefully saving the life of Miss Polaire. It was already late, it was exhausting, and you still had hours and hours ahead of you. But it is here that I ask unto you all. Samar, Strieg, Garrett, Mr. Beckett, and Mira. Are you intent on waiting the night to check things out in the morning? Or are you going to be heading out now, late in the night, to see how things have went?
I think in the last session we said we go to sleep, but that's kind of dumb.
That's why I'm leaving it up to you guys.
Right. I think Lawrence would recommend that Miss Tyrell go check on her neighbor, since there was a window broken.
Was a window broken? I forgot about that.
It is about
Late.
a 5-10 minute walk away. Like, it's not necessarily like...
So we probably wouldn't have heard it. Maybe.
We could say you were already out, or you could.
Yeah, like, it's up to you. I'm just making sure you guys have all the information.
Magnus is known for his late night ventures. Maybe you're going to try to bring him home when we notice.
I guess. We'll wait, like half an hour. Just to hopefully Lady is out of here.
That also might be time for...
By lady, I mean the nasty one, not the one.
It might be the time for her to bleed very to death in that time if the thing didn't work.
I mean, didn't she get her fucking throat slit, William?
Fair point. I guess it wouldn't matter either way.
Yeah.
Yeah, based on what Frey saw, it was very much a case of probably not going to survive without magical intervention. So...
Well, if it's a 5 to 10 minute walk, I think it probably wouldn't matter anyway, so might as well wait a little bit.
Works for me.
Not much else that can be done.
Yeah. I will say, I guess I don't know how much we know about how it works, but like, I think technically she could wait as long as like 2 hours or something, right? To like come back to her body. So...
I mean, I could wait around.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Just, you know. I mean, I feel like that might be the worst of all the worlds, is for you to like be standing there with the dead body when somebody shows up.
Hide.
Won't be the first time.
Well, I mean, if the cops show up, that would be bad.
All I'm saying, wouldn't be the first time she was caught with a dead body in recent times.
That's true. And
She's
that
got
one didn't
experience.
go that well either.
Listen, more experience means she'll handle it better next time. Maybe, I don't know.
All right, so Mira, you're waiting like how long? You said
Half hour ish.
Alright.
20 minutes, half hour, something
so
like that.
everyone else kind of stressfully trying to relax, I imagine, as you eventually head out and stroll back to Miss Polair's house.
Sure, yeah, I mean, sure.
And
I will
You
be on the
see-
phone with you to fill everyone else in.
A good idea.
and you see a number, probably half a dozen Sacred Blade Guards and a couple Soldiers of the Blue as well, out front.
I will. I will walk past. And not go in, I guess. Can I hear anything?
Give me a wisdom notice.
No.
Nothing of note. Like, there's some light conversation, but the specifics seem very... like, there's not a crowd or anything. There are a couple other people who it looks like were out late. They're, like, not arguing, but obviously asking about what happened and things like that. But the guards are, you know, just kind of shoving people away and just keeping them away from the premises. But you don't hear anything specific.
Well, I guess I will circle. I would, let everyone know on the phone, that they're the cops are there, and I guess circle back.
Maybe just gawk for a while.
Unless anyone has any ideas. What did you say?
You gawk for a while with the rest of the locals.
Are there locals there or just cops?
No, I said there's a
Wasn't that
few
said?
people as well. They're being pushed back. I'd say maybe 4 or 5.
Rubbernecking.
Essentially.
I guess I could pause and take a peek, but I'm not gonna draw attention to myself.
Yeah, I mean, from the outside of the Sacred Blade enforcers, and the Soldiers of the Blue, like, specifically around the house, there's nothing, like, it doesn't, it's not like there's a giant house fire or anything. So, like, you don't immediately see anything.
It's still like the middle of the night, right?
Yeah, it's like 1 a.m.
Okay. I mean, this isn't definitive, but I will say, like, the fact that anyone's even here kind of suggests that somebody was alive to call the cops, right? Like,
Or someone noticed, otherwise.
I mean, window
I
broken.
guess. That's true. That's fair.
If the window broke and someone got up to look and saw the dead lady.
Yeah, that's true.
Oof.
Well, I mean, I guess we won't know until the morning, probably.
Yeah, I suppose that's enough rubbernecking now.
Certainly wouldn't want to draw attention to the fact that we know it's
Where she is.
yeah.
Unless it's someone went after her and, heard the commotion. But I mean, whoever says
Probably,
that has
it's
to also
probably
smell it.
not the best if they learn that we can do that, but I guess maybe we don't have a choice now.
Who learned we can do what?
If fucking assassin lady and
Ayami.
Captain Fuckface.
The ones we can
Wallace.
anti-death someone.
Yeah.
Alex, you have a
I
way
mean,
with
they don't
words.
know that. Maybe
I
Ayami
always thought
just
it was-
did a really bad job of killing.
Maybe.
I think you should head home and we'll check in the morning and go from there. Personally.
I would second that. I don't think there's anything we can do here.
Mirror's probably
Yeah, I can't think of anything that we might do immediately.
All right. So you make your way back, report on what's going on, all that fun stuff. Is there anything specific you need to talk about, or are you gonna wait until morning to go over everything?
Yeah,
I guess.
give it a morning. Maybe check out more, see what's up.
Yeah.
So, you all eventually get to sleep. I know you had other watches planned. Nothing else happens.
Gotcha.
And that will bring us to the next morning. After the stressful night, Frey is intent on sleeping in.
That's fine.
He's gonna be
He
having some
deserves it.
lazy days ahead. You might say he's having a beach day in his mind.
Oh well, it's good for him. Probably a simple breakfast today. Yeah,
Yeah.
sit around the dining table. What's up with the Garantine family?
Yeah, what's going on with them?
Magnus is also surprisingly quiet about what's going on. Like, he's very much, like, hovering over Alice. And Chester is very much just kind of annoyed and avoiding everyone, like, staying in his room.
Understood.
He's Mira
Okay
doting.
with me.
Fussing.
Lawrence will come check in, ask Mira if Alice has any preferences, like for berries or fruits or anything like that.
I would know what she would have liked when she was like 6.
Is it chocolate, Robert? Is chocolate a thing?
Chocolate's a thing. Oh, God, chocolate's been a thing for, like, a billion years, Lauren.
Is it a very expensive thing?
It's a pretty
Yes.
expensive thing, yeah.
Okay.
Because they need milk to make chocolate, and cows didn't handle the black sun well.
Well, whatever the preference is, berry-wise, Lawrence will use whatever's there and will bring up some, like, oatmeal or something easy to eat with that preference of berry or fruit.
Waffles, berries, and ice cream sounds so good right now.
I don't know if that's the easiest thing to eat, but okay.
Anyway.
Lawrence is
that's what I
giving
thought
that
of.
to Mira so that she can give it to Alice.
I'm so hungry, actually.
Okay,
Alex, you
anyway.
there?
Anyway.
Did I miss a question?
I said that Lawrence was making oatmeal for Mira to give to Alice.
Oh, well, yeah, sure. I will bring it to her and try to make sure that she gets something to eat.
Yeah, she's willing to eat. She doesn't really say anything. She's obviously still shaken up. Like, Magnus is like, he gives you that look of just like, oh, Miss Mira, just, I'll take care of her. Don't worry about it.
Hey. Just give it to him and, like, stroke her hair for a second and then go. She probably looks pretty haggard to everyone else, as as much as a non-human can look haggard.
Otherwise, it is morning.
After we eat, I would like to go check out the place.
Yeah.
See
Yes,
if she's alive.
It was a rather tiresome night. Maybe a walk will help with that.
Yeah.
Energize us.
Are we all going to go?
In that direction, probably not the best. Maybe 2.
I guess it should be the ones who were there yesterday. Well, I guess who went? It was Frey sleeping, so it was Lawrence and Frey yesterday.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So Lawrence and somebody can go.
Be either you, Doctor, or Miss Tyrell for being a local.
I can go. Maybe I can. If we can't get in, then maybe I can recognize her from the outside or something somehow. I don't know. We'll see.
And let us know what's going on.
Yeah, we'll do.
Lawrence will throw his jacket on and, be ready to head out.
Uh-oh.
No.
Oh. Lee's also sleep. Strieg's also sleeping in.
Oh,
Passed out.
Oh, well, we continue.
Yeah, Lawrence and Samar go check.
Yes.
Outside, there is, like, now that it's, I'd say mid to late morning, like, it's like 9, 10 a.m. probably. And there are a lot more people than Mira reported last night. There's probably 30 or 40 people surrounding the house now.
Gawkers or
Ruh-roh.
soldiers? Gawker soldiers or what?
Gawkers. There
Lawrence
are
will-
2 soldiers of the blue out front, and that's it.
Lawrence will ask the nearest one what's happening.
Apparently somebody tried to kill Miss Pilar last night.
Tried.
They won't...
She okay?
They said there was a break-in and an attack.
Hmm.
They won't tell us anything else.
Scary in such a nice
She-
neighborhood.
So you don't know if she made it?
I mean... I don't think they'd be doing all this if she was fine, right?
Hmm.
Apparently there were a lot more sacred blade guards here in the night when it happened, but... Fuck.
What is this world coming to?
Not enough sacred blade guards, I'd say. This is why I keep fucking pushing for more. And he motions towards the soldiers of the blue. At least they keep the place fucking safe.
It's nice to see them so active, at least.
Sacred blade. Honestly, you ask me, those fucking bombings, they are a blessing in disguise. I'm not happy to see people die, but if it replaces fucking useless enforcers with someone who can actually do something, that's worth it.
Well, I hope that blessing turns out to be exactly what it seems it to be. But only time will tell.
He gives like a nod and, oh, seems like I'm not gonna find nothing out here. I mean, Miss Pilar's been such a sweetheart as long as I've known her, but... Fuck. He kind of like looks you up and down. Don't live around here, do you?
No, doing some service for one of the families, the Guarantines, and saw the crowd.
as soon as you say the Guarantines, like, his demeanor immediately changes.
Are they not well liked here?
I mean, ever since the parents left, they, a big one, what's his name? Mac, something like that.
Max, something like that.
Yeah. He's just, you know, he's loud. And he's a lord.
The Lord's nods knowingly. Okay.
You don't have a defense for that?
No, just nod, like, yeah, that checks out.
While this is happening, can we tell if there's like an open window or something in the store and or
One's
the
broken.
residence? Oh yeah, that's true.
The broken window was on the back,
Okay,
like near the
either
backyard.
way,
So you
can
can't see
I-
it from here.
sure, that's fine, but there's not a physical barrier, I guess. I mean, I can maybe circle around if I need to, but I'm gonna mind light to see if I can tell if there is. I guess I don't know if the like officers are swarming inside or if it's just her inside or it's empty.
No, all you
So I'm
see
trying to
is
figure out if
the
there's somebody there.
two soldiers of the blue.
Well,
with mind light, he's asking.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I was just letting you know as far as what you see outside.
sure.
So
Can I tell
mind
inside?
light.
The ability they have to read every single time.
You start circling around towards the side, and
Yeah.
one of these soldiers just go, "Oi, what are you doing? Where are you going?
Oh, sorry. I was just trying to figure out what all the fuss was about.
Oh, same thing everyone's been told here.
What has everyone been told? Sorry, I haven't talked to anybody yet.
He like motions. You've been sitting there with your friend and a crowd. I'm sure you know what's going on. Please don't play stupid, but there was a break-in last night.
Okay. Is everybody
And-
okay?
We're not saying nothing else. We can't at this time. Commanded by Sacred Blade not to talk about it at this time.
Okay. Well, I'm staying close by, so I was just a little.
Keep your
Worried
eyes and
about-
ears out, I would say, is the best thing. And if you come up with anything strange, you see anyone walking untoward, sneaking around, you let us know, alright? That's anyone in Soldiers of the Blue, anyone in Sacred Blade. We're taking this
Okay.
very seriously, and the Soldiers of the Blue are going to be doubling our patrols here tonight on the entire river ward to make sure that this doesn't happen. And as he says that last part, he like you could tell like immediately, like I'm not gonna make you even roll into it, like you would know this.
Mhm.
He turns in such a way that like everyone in the crowd hears it, and Lawrence, you would immediately get like that kind of like passive kind of crowd positivity from it.
Like everyone's relieved.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I will give him a nod and walk away. Well, I don't think we're figuring out much more than that.
Yeah, I guess we imagine we just start walking away a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it's a crime scene. But about as much as I'd expect. If she is alive, maybe she's in protective custody, considering there was an attempt made on her life. Well,
Yeah.
I'd say I'm super familiar with how they operate around here on that front.
Yeah. Oh well, I mean, I guess either way, she either is okay or she isn't, and not much we can do about it now. Maybe we'll figure out more when things have quieted down.
Meanwhile,
Pragmatic take here is that
oh, sorry.
whether or not she's alive, regretfully passed, she still sold the story.
Yeah, I mean, probably still better if she's alive, but
I mean, she was a consummate professional. I would love to work with her again, if possible.
sure. Also, like, I hope she
Human
didn't
life.
die. Yeah,
Of course, that goes without saying.
Sure. You could stand to say it sometimes, but that's fine.
I do on occasion.
All right.
We are here to check on her.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So,
meanwhile,
the gang back at home, Mira, Garrett, Strieg. About 10 minutes after Samar and Lawrence leave, there is a knock coming from the back door.
Well, I mean, I'll go check out the... Is there a way that I could see from the window before opening it?
Yes, the back door has like a window on it, and there's a window right next to it where like the kitchen.
Okay, who's at the door?
You see a... One second. Need to read something.
Uh-oh.
Doesn't look like it's her.
Okay. No, you don't see anyone. Sorry.
God damn it.
Is it?
It's her. She's invisible.
I will look with my special eyes.
With your special eyes, you can see an arcane entity of humanoid shape, slightly hunched over, knocking at the door.
No, it's her. She doesn't know how to come back.
she's astral projecting.
That's so funny.
I get not knowing who it is, and presumably I
knock,
can
just-
also be there.
Yeah.
I can see that you're there. Who is it?
Please let me in. Please. And at this point, it falls away, and you see Mallory Polaire hunched over with a cloak. Please, quickly. Like, looking over her shoulder.
I mean, I have not seen her before, but
You literally were
And-
watching in the thing with Frey. Oh, wait.
wait, hang
only
on.
Frey could see
No.
that. That's right.
Only
we
Frey
can
can
see
do
it.
that.
No.
But I mean,
we could have said
I can extrapolate. I
could have also-
use my. I guess I don't know if I really have a brain, but I can use my mind to extrapolate. And
we could have also said that Lawrence and Frey gave a general description of what she looks like, just in
Right.
case.
Sure, that makes
Right.
sense. Sure, we can let her in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
especially because Mira went to go look and see if she was dead. So I assume we would have told her what to look for.
Right.
Oh well, yeah, that does make sense.
I'm looking for Mr. Lawrence and Mr. Frey something or other. I was told they were connected to the Guarantines. Staying here? Something I don't...
We're with them. Come in.
You are apt, yes?
You could say that, I guess.
And she, like, quickly darts in. Again, looking over her shoulder. And as soon as she walks in, she shuts the drapes around over the kitchen window, and then lowers, like, unties and lowers the one over the door.
Yeah, understandable.
How am I still alive, exactly?
Well, that was something that Frey can do.
The short answer is magic.
Yeah, yes.
The long answer is magic that Frey doesn't fully understand, but can use to help people.
Okay, so you all are with Mr. Lawrence and Mr. Frey then.
Yes.
I suppose I owe you all my life.
Well, we saw. Well, I mean, I guess we didn't, but Frey was watching. So you did what we asked you to do. So
She kind of
Thank
gives
you.
a little nod at that, and just there was certainly something. And she just kind of, all right, I appreciate it. I don't know what I'm to do now, though.
yeah, I guess that's kind of our problem too. We're. I guess we were mostly just trying to buy time to figure out what to do next.
And now you've dragged me into this. I so appreciate it.
Not our choice.
And she gives a little, like, half smile at that. Suppose it's better than dead.
What are we going to do next?
You didn't have a plan for dealing with this woman.
This has all happened very fast.
What about the book?
That's safe for now, the real one.
Why not use it to deal with this?
I mean, what did they tell you about it?
And at this point, she kind of goes over the conversation that Lawrence and Frey had with Mallory.
Lawrence specifically told her that you lose pieces of your humanity or something like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've used it. Was it once or twice now? Just once?
I know you used it to Verstreeg. I don't remember anything else.
Yeah,
I think
I used it
everybody's
once.
used it once except for me, and I think Garrett's used it twice.
Frey used it once. He used it twice.
All seem okay,
indicating-
but... And at this point, she just shakes her head. Either way, this seems like a pertinent time, does it not? I would rather lose a fraction of my humanity than my entire life. I think the same could be said for Ulat.
And then I guess it's an issue of thinking of the right question.
So how do I, first off, how do I know to avoid this woman, this assassin? Where is she that you know so much about her and are able to predict her movements?
Well, we used the book for that, to figure out what her plan was.
She motions for you to go on and elaborate.
Before we get, there's no way that this is Ayami disguised as as this woman, right? Just to.
Well, Mira's got her magic.
Presumably, I
yeah.
would be able to. Oh, I should probably press that button so that I know I have it.
She also recapped the conversation she had with.
She's witch finding?
Doesn't mean that she's not. She wasn't listening in, but yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
No,
I
and
know. Fuck off.
okay, I'll fuck off.
What is Alex yelling about?
Anyway, so she just kind of raises an eyebrow and So what am I to do from here exactly? I can't go to see my sister. I can't really go home long term. I imagine everything is going to go to shit for all of us if your assassin happens to find out that I'm not dead.
That would probably not be good.
But you trust that she's not going to be confirming any more about the book, correct?
Well,
The only way she'd confirm more at this point is with the individual that hired us to get it, and they are a ways.
we don't know exactly how far away.
She gives a
What
nod at
he-
that and continue.
What he wants to do with it. I mean, presumably he told us that he wanted to. I mean, he told us what he wanted, but that doesn't mean that's what he really wants.
So do we ask the book where and when the handoff is gonna be?
It
I mean, I
can
guess
tell you that. It can tell
I
you
guess-
something not set in stone.
Yeah, as far as we understand it. I mean, I guess we could maybe ask it, like, what he ultimately wants with the book. That could give us some information, but it also might tell us something that we already know, so.
Why not just ask the book how to capture this woman, this assassin? Then you can beat the information out of her, and you don't need to use it.
Mira kind
I
of.
mean, pretty dark, but you're not wrong.
Sorry.
She turns to you. That
problem
woman
is
shoved a
capturing.
blade in my throat.
The problem is capturing someone who can move faster than you can. I don't know if you saw her, but she has the ability to
I did.
blink
or
and
didn't,
reappear.
as it would appear.
Yeah.
I would say, though, the bigger worry is... Well, most people are faster than me, and I could still capture them with enough ingenuity. But with a magic book that can tell me the answers, I'm sure it would be but a trifle. Either way, I do not know what I am to do now. I have lost my business, at least temporarily. I've lost my home. I've lost all connections, and I'm inside the Guarantees. And she says that with a mixture of uncomfortability and, like, HOA tier disdain.
Mira blinks. I wish there would have been some way to not have you involved in all this. But,
As I said, better involved than dead.
yeah.
Well, I mean, there is an option. We could. One second. I'll kind of. Let me discuss something real quick, and I'll pull Mira and Streak off to the side. I'm like, hey, I mean, if she wants to know, we could let her see the book and ask it what she should do. She already knows about it, and being an appraiser, I'm sure she'd want to frickin' see it anyways, so. And it would tell her how to what she should do next to avoid getting killed by this lady. It kind of hits multiple birds with one stone, but otherwise, her other option at this point is get the hell out of town, drop all connections, and hide somewhere where no one would ever think to look for her, you know?
I was sort of thinking, well, we don't really know what's going on with Riverstone right now. That could be somewhere to hide if it's safe.
But Wallace knows about it and would probably
Does
send.
he?
I thought he did, because I thought he knew we were sending Mr. Abney off to explore it and rebuild it. At the very least, on paper, it's in our name. So if anyone comes in looking for Fortune's Accord, it's in our name on paper, and it has those connections to us.
Yes, official filings are, like, the town of Riverstone is owned by Fortune's Accord, along with the keep. So, and those are, like, that would be public records. You'd obviously have to go digging and know to look for it, but it is public record at this point.
It doesn't answer things that could potentially have more than one answer, right?
Give me an example.
Well,
so it can't.
I guess
things that rely on randomness,
it depends on wording. I guess it depends on how you word it.
Yeah. Like if you ask,
say,
what's the best
what
way?
Would be a safe place to stay? That would not be a good question. But what would be the safest place to stay?
Exactly. Yeah. Otherwise, like, other specifics for wording would be like, or things you couldn't ask it things of chance either. Like, you can't ask what are the winning lotto numbers.
We need to fucking throw this thing in the ocean. It's pissing me off.
It's almost like it's a very dangerous item that was locked away for a very good reason.
Good. I'm just trying to think of any potential thing that we could do that does not involve it, but
I mean,
bad.
Sorry, I'm not here, but like, for what it's, I mean, she seems to want to use the book, and she would be the one paying the price. I don't know. It feels kind of like none of us want to pay a homeless person to do it or whatever. But like, I don't know, if an NPC wants to take a -1 to an attribute, like, that's fine.
Especially a rich one.
Yeah, it's fine, I feel like.
Yes.
Hey, can we be there?
Nope.
You could ask her to wait a few minutes. Samar's been checking in, right?
Yeah. I think especially after we like got the answer that we're not going to get an answer, I would have at least called back.
So
if she wants to ask the book, I say we let her ask the book. It's not like she's gonna be able to steal it or anything.
I guess so. But even if we do something about Ayami, wouldn't... I mean, he already has Cassie and Molly on his boat, and he could just find someone else. But I guess... I mean,
I don't think we can use the book to take her out. I think we need to use it to follow her to Wallace, or to figure out how the exchange is gonna happen, or... Like, she's just the middleman. She doesn't matter. If once the shit's handed off to Wallace, she's gone. She doesn't care if Mallory is still alive or whatever.
I guess so, but I mean, if he figures out that we did all this, wouldn't... I mean... Sorry,
he's gonna figure it out.
Breaking character.
He's fully gonna figure it out. There's no hiding that. The thing is, do we put all our energy into killing her, or do we put it into dealing with the fact that he is going to figure this shit out? Because I would rather deal with him. As much as I fucking hate her.
Yeah, let's do something. I don't want to just sit here anymore doing nothing. I guess we need to wait for them to come back, but...
Let's do something. Like, wait.
Alright, so, with that, you guys kind of have some idle discussion and go a little back and forth on explaining what's happened, going into a little more detail with Mallory, etc., and a little while later, Samar and Lawrence return.
Hey, Ayami.
I will let them in, presumably after.
As soon as there's a knock,
etc.
As soon as there's a knock, Mallory is into the wine basement, the wine cellar.
That's fine.
Great.
Presumably, I'd let fucking Magnus know that she's here or whatever.
And just to check, Mira told Samar, told Larry, we have a guest, right?
Yes.
Great.
Let's head on in and say, so, where's our guest at, Miss Tyrell?
Well, I think she went and hid in the basement just in case it was not you. So I will go get her. I'll just go fetch her.
That's fair. That's understandable. Wait patiently.
Yeah.
Head to the dining room, I guess.
She
I think I'm
comes
just
back
glancing
out.
at Strieg and Garrett, just well, this is wild.
And you guys will have noticed when you came back that, conspicuously or not, every single curtain was put down, etc. So it is very dark.
Yeah,
in
Strieg is here.
That's what Strieg does.
Yeah, of course.
Oh yeah, so they already will have been kind of, but yeah, she will.
Of course, yeah.
Double check.
Well, we also don't want anyone to know that Alice is still alive.
Yeah.
So.
God, no wonder the neighbors don't like y'all. Okay. She does Mira fetch her.
Yes. I bring the lady out of the cellar. Yeah.
Robert.
She comes out and she just has a moment where she just kind of looks and Mr. Beckett.
Miss Polari, it is excellent to see you still kicking. I heard that you sold the deal quite effectively. And for that, I must offer you my personal thanks.
I just said exactly what I said to you. Nothing to thank me for. I'm trying not to die at this point. And I've kind of lost everything now, haven't I?
Yes, it would seem so. It would seem that those we're currently working against do not wish for people to know of this. And that should you make it known that you are still alive, they may go after you again.
So I have been careful so far. I figured that was the case.
Right, so where's the discussion been so far?
Well, you all have a book of answers and no answers, and you're not using the book to get them. And that confuses me.
It's as I mentioned.
There's a cost to the book.
a great cost. There was a...
Greater than your life.
Well, our life
depends on who you'd ask, I suppose. There was something there with it when we acquired the book. Something that good doctor here said was human, at least to some degree. But it was not human. Not how you would think. It took things from us. It acted in near incomprehensible ways, and, well, we barely got out. I'm no mage. I cannot say for certain. I can only hazard guesses to these things, but it was in a cave with little more than a grave and the book and time. One can guess how what was once a human became such a thing. The point being that there is a cost, and while it may not seem much for 1 or 2 questions, it will add up. Though that said, you seem to be very much involved in the mess, so to speak. So, if you wanted to ask a question, I would not be personally against it.
Same.
Was that a character, Hidarsh?
Yeah. They're just
same.
Yeah, they're just sort of like, yeah, I mean, feel free.
Right, so... Where is the book, then?
Safety deposit box with Pearlman acreage.
Pearlman... Are you crazy?
One of the most secure places on the continent, let alone the city.
And if something happened to you... Or... Whose name is it in?
In the company's name. Our company's name.
Well, if something happened to you, Lord, then when it wasn't paid, Pullman Acreage would then have the book, and I don't think they would have quite as many hang-ups about using it.
Likely not. But it was never meant to be a permanent solution.
Also, we don't plan on anything happening to us, so...
Okay,
And there's
that's
a-
not...
I did not plan on
plans
anything happening to myself.
And it didn't.
Okay, can we move on? Doctor, please?
They're not laughing, but they're having fun.
We don't intend to keep it there. As soon as we're making our next move, we're bringing it with us.
Security, then.
Yes, it was meant to be a short-term way to keep it secure while we considered our options.
And those are exactly what long-term for this book?
Well, there is one person heading the other side of this. A Mr. Wallace, who wishes the book for a reason we can't entirely say. Originally, the idea was simply break a curse that was on, well, quite a few people. But whether or not he is truly seeking that, well, it's been called into question. But for whatever reason, we know he desires the book and has plentiful means to try to retrieve it. Figures that Mage, Ayami, that quoted were impressive to say the least.
Well, it seems like there are no answers without your book, so should I wait here while you go get it?
Lawrence will look to the others.
Would you be willing to go to the bank with us?
She looks towards the front door and then kind of like raises her shoulders a bit and shrugs. I would rather not risk your assassins seeing me and throwing all of this in the proverbial shithole.
Does make a point.
that's
We
fair.
don't know that Ayami has left.
Yeah. No.
I believe it may be best that whatever actions we choose to take, we do so soon, as in within the next day or two. As if we do take the book, I do believe it would not be best to stay in one place after that.
Absolutely. I
But-
think that once we take the book, we need to leave.
Miss Pilar.
Does beg the
after-
question as well, though. If she does follow you again, presumably she will know something is up if you end up at the Perlman Acreage Vault.
I suppose it is not but a hope that she is content with a job well done, and that she herself will be in hiding until, well, whatever handoff is being done.
Yeah, I mean, the plan was set so that she would not have a reason to follow us. I mean, I'm not being glib. I mean, in a literal sense.
Right.
Hopefully she bought it, because otherwise we're probably screwed either way, you know? And if she did buy it, then I would imagine she would be heading off to go hand off the book. So
She killed me without getting a full confirmation. I think she bought whatever we were trying to sell.
agreed. So
Again, kudos to that.
yeah.
As far as your involvement goes, Miss Pilar, it would seem that you will not be able to effectively return to your normal life until everything with Mr. Wallace has been cleaned up, so to speak. But once that does come, I don't see anything stopping you from doing so.
Does he have other eyes and ears in the city? Is it just her? You said everything with the book is to be kept, at least under his orders, as quietly under wraps as possible, so is she the
Yes, it
only
seems
one who
there's-
knows about it?
It
He
seems there's
had
been,
someone else in the city, but they left.
yes, Mr. Howard, his quartermaster. He has a crew, as I've heard, but how did you all describe them? Less than human or less than alive?
Not
Yeah.
alive, not dead.
Lawrence kind of shrugs at that, deferring to her, assuming she gets what that means.
Mallory kind of cocks her head to the side. She does not understand what that means.
Neither do we.
I mean, how can you be not alive and not...
That is a
Sounds like a
It's a
ghost
great
story to me.
question.
Verkanum is not alive.
Fidgets.
Verkanum is not alive, but also not dead because it never was alive, but...
That would maybe be our best guess. I mean, we know that they're not alive and not dead
Golems?
because one of us can tell that they're not alive and another one of us can tell that they're not dead, but they're moving around and doing things, so
So
could
they're
have-
Verkanum, they are golems.
that seems likely.
yeah.
Did they
We can't
believe it?
confirm, but that seems likely.
Unless he has a way of animating the dead, which would make them no longer dead, and I don't even want to think about that if that's the case.
I mean, did the drowned things? Those didn't show up as alive.
No.
So they're different than just undead. Robert?
Yeah.
Okay. It's, to be honest, ma'am, it all sounds like a big ghost story to me, but I've no reason to doubt them on this subject.
We are thinking that there are two places we think we might be able to get some more answers. We've heard that there's somebody in Alisier who sorry, did we tell her Wallace's name? Or just saying the
Lawrence
guy?
said
Lord
Mr.
said
Wallace
it
several
a
times.
bit ago.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Just making sure. We've heard that there's a guy in Alisier who Wallace is worried about spilling information. So we think that might be one avenue to follow. We also know that there's a captain who he betrayed, who maybe their notes would give us a little more info. So we are thinking that those might be two places to go once we book it from here. But if the plan is to get the book, find out where to go, and then go there, then that's also an option.
She takes in all this information with a curious but studious and scholarly demeanor.
And then cue her asking why not you using the book.
She seems like it's more like the very pressing matter of an assassin is justifiable. Like, you know, she had the whole "I'd rather lose a piece of my humanity than the whole thing." Like,
right.
But yeah, so I don't know how anything else here changes until we get the book, though. So I will wait here with the Guarantees, I suppose.
I guess I'll stay just in case.
Who are the people on the thing? It's Lawrence and Garrett and Streak.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, Streak.
I think Frey's also
I don't
involved.
think I'm on it.
Oh, I think it's
Oh, yeah.
Lawrence, Garrett, Frey.
Frey's not signed, but
No.
yeah, I guess he did go with you guys.
Yeah, Frey went, but he's
Yeah.
not signed.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's not signed.
So is it just
right now
Lawrence and
it's-
Garrett?
And Rohan,
I think it's
but
Mira?
Rohan's dead, so...
Yeah.
Wait, no, you're thinking of people on the estate.
Yeah. But I'm just trying to figure out who you need to.
Well,
like,
this was
get the
put
book.
on. This was all set up under the estate account.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you
So-
guys even got in. So it would need to be someone from the estate to confirm everything.
So the only people who need to be there are Garrett and Lawrence.
Right.
All right.
Don't we also have a key that we need to bring with us? Is another thing?
Yes.
You need to get your
You-
contact.
You
to
need a
come
key and your agent, your insurance agent, and your fucking key.
Yeah.
Right.
Why don't we set
Um,
up a meeting for tomorrow? We reach out to our agent, set up a meeting to go look at it tomorrow. Tell them that we're bringing that we're getting it for our appraiser.
I believe,
you know.
doubtless of what route we take the book tomorrow and leave.
Yeah. That way we're not going there, coming back, going there again tomorrow, and coming back and leaving with the book. I think we set up the appointment for tomorrow, call it as it is. I don't want to draw attention to it just in case Ayami is still here. And the first thing that someone would do after someone's fallen for your quote-unquote bait is you then run to where the real thing is to take it. You know what I mean? We want to lay low for a little bit.
Speaking of
So-
laying low, Miss
Faster
Polaris.
isn't better.
What did Mir say?
Faster isn't better.
Not always, no. Sometimes you have to be patient. It's
Sometimes
part
you
of
need
hunting.
to complete the sale.
Mhm.
Even once money exchanges hands, there are still things that must be done.
All right. Well, I suppose we have a day then. I really can't go anywhere, and I can't really
Yes, as
do
far as-
anything. So I suppose I am your guest here.
Maybe it'll be a good chance for your opinion on the guarantees to change just a tad.
Oh, my
Or all of your
opinion on their
comfort-
wine
all of-
cellar certainly has.
Or all of your biases may be confirmed. Well, only time will tell.
At this point, she heads back down to the wine cellar, and you can hear the clinking of glass. She did not ask for permission either.
Miss Tyrell, I do hope we've not overstayed the guarantees hospitality. Though I have a feeling that also we crossed that bridge long ago, or maybe you lot did. Hard to say.
Amir just gives a fucking exhausted look.
Well,
Right. So I do believe that today would be a good day to prepare provisions, resupply, and be ready to leave tomorrow.
Now, am I misremembering, or did we hear something about a party?
Oh, I was completely intending to visit that party tonight.
Okay, good. I'm still hoping to find out some more about Zane, so that might be a good place to do that.
Mr. Villacourt, are you wanting to do the same? Dave?
Dave, you're muted.
Dave's dead.
Dave's dead.
he walked away.
Dave's dead.
Okay. Dave says yes.
He's
Dave is
yelling
still-
from like
Dave is
outside
still
where he's like
muted.
peeing on a tree. Yeah, of course.
What are you talking about?
He's like a dog. Right.
While you guys are talking, the now making yourself very comfortably at home, Mallory Polaire has come back up with a very nice bottle of wine and is heading immediately to the kitchen looking for a wine glass.
Well, in the meantime, before we get going, Mr. Villacourt, Miss Tyrell, Mr. Strieg, and Dr. Samar, it seems that while we originally intended to work together long enough to get the book, the situation has complicated itself in an, well, extensive manner. Seems our cooperation might go on for a time.
Great.
So, of course, throughout that time, should you ever need the services of Beckett's Fines and Fineries, it is yours.
Didn't you say you were broke now?
Come now, Mr. Streak. Struggling is not the same as broke. Every fine merchant has a backup plan, and, well, the spears still need to be sold.
Spears do need to be sold, and you also have your sword, which I think you should hang on to a little bit longer, but that's your choice.
Would be a utter shame to hawk that within a few days. That one will need some working, some finesse will need to be applied, some shopping around, consult a few appraisers. Of course, I'll have to involve.
As you say that, there is a tap on your shoulder, and you see Mallory holding 2 wine glasses, handing you one, and goes,
Oh, thank
"An
you.
appraiser, you say?
Oh, several appraisers. This will be
You only need one."
I'm sure there might also be a market, a larger market in Artiviste. What with
yes, I was
the
thinking that
college?
as well. But Miss Blair, I would be happy to involve you in your demonstrably effective services.
I know people purchasing in Alasir if you're headed that way. And at this point, she has handed you a wine glass that is definitely overfilled, and even though she is definitely like, she's networking now, she's going for the coin.
Oh, Lawrence is game to network back.
Of course, what is it they call it? A finder's fee, correct?
Oh, a finder's fee is a given, of course. Professionals will always.
What do you charge exactly? Be honest with me, Mr. Beckett.
Depends on the work I put in. Just recently, I did charge a 5% on a simple words escaping William. Hang on.
Gem sale?
What did he do? What did fucking Lawrence do?
Appraise gems?
Just the 5% for the gems from Street to get the book.
Did the debating? What?
He appraised and negotiated.
Negotiating. For my time negotiating for the sale of an item.
Well, and you do not need to roll to see the dollar signs in her eyes at the idea of 5%. I certainly know some people who would definitely know some people in Alasir who would be very interested.
Oh, we must speak more on that. But I'm sure we'll have time for it.
Oh, we have all day, Mr. Beckett.
I'm afraid not quite all day. Preparations need to be made, spears need to be sold, and provisions must be acquired.
Well,
if we're to be leaving tomorrow.
You don't need to do that right now, do you?
Not immediately, no.
And she pulls up a couple of chairs, puts the bottle of wine down, and is ready to spend hours.
I think what time is it still? Like really early?
It's like 10, 11 in the morning.
Lawrence will give her an hour and just talk fineries, go over his own estimates and like her thoughts on the item. You know, things like that. Laura will just fucking discuss business at length with her.
And that continues. Meanwhile, while you guys are talking, there are the sound of footsteps. Mira, even though it has not been too long that you've been back, it is very obvious who is coming down the stairs among the three kids, just based on size difference.
Yeah.
You don't even need to question that it is in fact Chester. Like, Alice, you can barely hear him. Chester, those are footsteps. Magnus, oh god, who dropped a piano?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, you hear footsteps coming down, and Chester just kind of, so, Miss Mira, are we good to go then after all this?
I don't know.
Well, I can't put my life on hold exactly, now can I? Besides, if Magnus is going to be here taking care of Alice, I need to go at least let everyone know that something happened. He has a job, you know. I have classes. I have errands to run. Family errands. It's the end of the month. We have bills to pay. I have to go discuss things about Father's credit.
I was wondering about that.
I think most things should be okay to go back to normal, to act like we're not around, because it will it'll give the appearance that everything's done. So I think that it would be okay for Chester here to go about with his usual. Alice, we might need to hide
as
a
you
little
say
longer.
that, he's out the door.
That's fine.
Take me with you.
Look, he's the
Like, he darts out.
Yeah, the only difference would be if Alice was doing it, because Alice is supposed to be dead. Chester, I don't think, would be an issue with it, because she thinks she has the book. And she thinks she killed the appraiser and everything. So I think she thinks that everything's all set. She may or may not lay low for a little bit. She may just leave. I don't know which, but I think Chester should be okay to be on his own for now.
Mira just looks at you, and she looks so tired and so sad and so scared.
I know. Look, if we were still worried about her coming after us because we still had the book, we would keep trying to hide Chester. By sending him out, it shows that you got us, we don't have anything anymore.
A good point. Chester's seen around town, it seems like business as usual.
I guess that makes sense. I just already lost 10 years with them, so I'm just scared.
I know.
Doesn't really have anything else to say. Just go sit with Alice.
The rest of the day, you are presumably going to be preparing for the party in the evening, but the rest of the day is yours. Is there anything specific anyone wants to do?
I'll tell you guys to take Magnus to the party. Fuck you. I didn't mean fuck you. Like, I meant... I don't know what I meant.
Take Magnus to the party.
I would take him, but also should he look after Alice? If
I mean,
Alice is
I don't want to fucking go.
You're like one of the nice ones, though.
I think it's an Alex doesn't want to go, not a Mira.
Mira is
like-
a fucking shut-in who does not know how to person very well. She doesn't like parties. I mean, the last party
But
she
everybody
went to,
likes
she got,
Mira.
like, harassed by a creep, so...
Look, we need to at least, if Strieg and Samara are both gonna be there, we have to have at least as many nice people there also.
Hold the phone, my
What does
guy.
that mean?
I mean, we're
Who
nice.
said anything about Strieg attending?
You must.
Well, Streak's the party
Streak-
face without Frey, right?
Yeah, without Frey, Streak's the party face, and Streak probably still has that jacket from back when
Cassie.
Cass dragged him to that party, right?
Have we forgotten that we're in Fortuny Soul, and I am the top assassin in Fortuny Soul?
I think it might have been
the only-
subverted at that point.
The only people who know what you look like
Are dead.
are dead or other assassins, and they're not going to call you out on that at the party.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Or we could just leave Strieg home with Alice and Mira, and we'll just take Lawrence and Garrett and
Magnus.
Samar and Magnus and Frey and go party it up. And just have Frey just...
That's so fucked. Alex and Lee, are y'all okay with not participating for that?
Yes.
I think it would throw a pretty big wrench in our plans if I went and got arrested.
I mean, I've done it.
I mean, have we seen
And I
any
almost threw a
wanted,
wrench in the plans.
have we seen any wanted posters with Strieg's face on it? I don't think so.
How much is he worth?
I'm pretty sure also that we just bought clothes and then I immediately got blood all over my clothes again. So,
Okay, so we should go buy clothes.
no. Wait. None of my clothes are equipped? My traveling clothes are equipped.
Well, I'm going, so I guess you can all decide what you're gonna do, but I think it would be very funny if Streak went.
Well, Larry will make a note at some point that he does intend to go to the party, and we'll probably be picking up some clothes for it, while he's out making provisioning.
Yeah.
Also, he'd probably mention to the others that in addition to his buying and selling, he can continue work as like provisioner for the group.
Please.
Guess we'd better get enough shit to get to Alice here.
Yeah.
All right.
And that he's
Or
You'll probably also mention that he's accounting for the group expenses in his ledger, in case anyone wants to double check or reference them.
Samar just gives you a thumbs up, like, I trust you, buddy.
So much trust. Also, like, if anyone needs, clothes or a new tent or, other materials, like, you'll probably ask Strieg if he needs more bolts.
I think I'm good. Yeah, most of the time I recollect them.
I guess I do need a tent.
Lawrence would insist on getting Strieg new bolts after seeing how old and used they are.
I mean, okay.
Unless they're very like personal beloved bolts.
They definitely are not.
Okay.
So,
yes, I guess I could spend the day fucking washing the blood out of my clothes.
Mira spends the day.
Yeah, but besides that, and my play clothes from when we went to go see the play, that's
Yeah,
the
we all got
only
fancy clothes, right?
non-ruined set of clothes that I have.
I mean, you made a character who gets in fistfights.
It is very fun. Like, I do love the like conceit of Amira being like, you know, a very feminine person who's also a very like, you know, like a brawler. But the more I watch you play Mira, the more it's like, oh, I get why like people don't play this kind of character, because like it like just logistically it does kind of suck for you that you're just always having to buy new clothes and you're just like
She needs to go back to her old outfit.
yeah.
Garrett just like sews up his cloak and, you know, like fucking stitches up like the hole from where he gets stabbed. He's like, I'm good.
Right. Because he's got like actual like decent traveling clothes, and then he's got a set of like nice clothes for parties.
Yeah, and the traveling clothes, like
separate.
they get torn up, he patches them. It doesn't matter.
Right, and then you've got Mira, who has like a dress,
Mira has like 3 dresses. I feel like at this point,
but they're all torn and bloody.
Robert.
I have
Robert.
5 sets of fine clothes
Oh
and
my
1 set of
God.
traveling clothes, and one of the set of fine clothes does not have a note on it that something happened to it.
Robert, Mira is Whitaker from the pit.
God,
Just every episode is
God.
the new scrubs.
So anyway, with that,
All right, Robert,
I
it's
would
time for
just like to
provision.
confirm. So, Lawrence will be doing some shopping, things like
Anyone
that.
want to go with Larry for the shopping? I think Fred would, upon hearing the thing about the clothes.
Yeah, Frey would be
Frey would
like,
probably
Frey
wanna
would
go
definitely
shopping.
pop in.
Yeah.
Garrett's fine with just staying in right now.
Stay-at-home dad, Garrett.
Yeah, until this whole being outside uncomfortable thing goes away, he is totally fine staying inside buildings.
Mira sticking around?
Yeah, if you want to get me another set of traveling clothes, I will pay for it.
All right, what about Strieg and Samar?
Lawrence would say that the traveling clothes are all the provisions are coming out of the group account, but if Mira wants to deposit into it, she can.
How much does it cost?
Moo.
We will go into the prices during a break or something, or at the end of the session.
Sure. I'll just do it retroactively.
I guess I'd go shopping.
All right.
How much is left in the group finances?
If Garrett asks, Lawrence will pull out his
Why
his
do I
ledger.
have the safe deposit box key? I'm sorry for interrupting.
Because
but
you never sleep.
Yeah, you're
that's
you're
fair,
also
that's
the most
true.
durable
Okay.
of us.
All right. Yes. Understandable.
So Larry will get out his ledger and go, okay. So we earned 15 for the hinges. We have not sold the spears. We've not sold the sword. We spent 50 gold on the vault, 25 on the book faking.
I just need baseline, like what is in here right now. Like what do we have liquid and available? I don't need the whole tally.
As a group, we are currently at we're currently at negative 60 gold. We still have some of the startup funds from Mr. Garvin though, so we're fine. I have 36 gold on me.
That.
As you say that, fucking nearby, Mallory just immediately does a spit take of nice wine all over herself.
Well, we better do something.
We
Beckett.
should at least break even once the spears are sold.
True.
Mr. Beckett, are you sure you don't need help?
Well, we can discuss that later. For now, there is some liquid capital to work with still from our startup.
Jesus Christ. That summarized this entire party.
I've been waiting to fucking reveal that we're in the fucking hole so far.
I've been
It's
like,
so funny.
it's the party in a nutshell. You do this really cool thing, you set up everything, you execute this awesome plan after doing this great fucking adventure, and then someone's like, actually, you're really in debt.
We're not. It's from the original startup capital, so it's fine. Oh God, it's so funny though.
So,
So yeah, if you'd like to deposit, you can, but we don't need it immediately.
Buddy, I have like 3 gold on my person.
It's okay, so don't worry about it. Don't worry, Larry will take care of it.
all right. So, heading out is Lawrence, Lawrence, Frey, and
I think
Samar.
Samar said, yeah.
Staying in is Garrett, Mira, and Street.
I just thought of something. But before everyone leaves, I would just like bring up again about Magnus wanting to potentially report that lady, and if that would maybe be a good idea either today or tomorrow when we leave.
At this point, I don't think there's any reason to stop Magnus from doing so.
Yep.
Right. Okay. Then I will have a chat with him while you guys are out.
Like at this point, it's not us doing it. She did shit to the Guarantines and what's it called? Maybe have him not reveal that,
Alice is alive.
But otherwise,
yeah, that he attacked
them
them or
time.
broke in or something. And
I mean, if he says that Alice is dead, then there would be a murder investigation.
Yeah. Could say there was an attack and not specify further, or just
Right.
breaking and entering damage.
Well, saying that she was attacked is not a lie, so we could just do that, I guess. All right, go ahead. I'll just.
All right.
him
So,
while they're gone.
about half an hour, 45 minutes after team shopping heads off in the afternoon, Mira, as you're kind of starting to get comfortable for a day of very probably nostalgic cleaning, the door...
Stress cleaning.
Yeah, the front door slams open, and you because I imagine you're out back doing it.
What out back outside? What is in the backyard that I need to clean, Robert?
I was assuming cleaning your clothes of blood, you wouldn't want to do that inside.
I mean, I guess. I don't know where Renaissance people do their laundry.
Outside.
In a wash bin.
Yeah. Especially if it's that. Yeah.
And lye soap.
But yeah, so you hear the door slam open, the front door. Who else is in? Strieg and...
Garrett is here.
Whatever you guys are doing, if you would have seen, if either of you were downstairs, in one of the main rooms.
I figured Strieg and I maybe were playing a card game or something.
Oh no, the return of Go Fish.
It's back, baby.
The only card game. Strieg mostly knows the rules.
A lot of times he just puts down a random card and hopes for the best.
He just says Go Fish because he doesn't know. He's just pretending.
I'm showing Strieg how to play BS.
Anyway, yes, so the door gets slammed open and you see Chester looking around in a excited panic, and he runs around and is Magnus still upstairs?
Is Magnus still upstairs? I don't remember.
Last you checked, yeah.
Left.
Yeah, he might still be upstairs. What's going on, Chester?
Upstairs.
Taste that
Kid is weird.
I thought Ayami was fast, but this guy...
With, her arms are all sudsy. What's going on?
Chester just came running in upstairs. Garrett would say as he's making his way up there.
You hear as he obviously tripped and slammed his knee or something on one of the stairs running up them.
Chester just ran upstairs. I gonna follow him. He was asking if Magnus was around. Garrett makes his way up the stairs.
Into the
Is
kitchen
Chester at
to
the top
fetch a
limping?
fucking dish towel to wipe off my arms and then, join.
Upstairs, you hear what seems like excited conversation.
Oh, he was going to go do
He's gonna do tax stuff.
Yeah. Maybe they got a letter from mom and dad. Let's go see. And
there's about 2 minutes of conversation before finally like with you guys, like I imagine not gawking, but like you're trying to be respectful, but you're also doing that thing where you want to know what's going on, so you're still obviously in the hallway trying to figure out what's going on.
Right.
Before finally Magnus just kind of, we can just come in and we can come out other way. I mean, you know.
I mean, is there enough room for everyone inside?
I mean, it's a little uncomfortable and cramped, but I mean, I'll come out. And he like awkwardly like he like walks right past you, even though like he could just ask you to move.
Yeah.
And then Chester and even Alice gets up, and she seems a little bit more upbeat. And
Chester, is this good? Is this good news?
Magnus starts to, and Chester immediately cuts him off. Father finally sent another letter.
Oh, good.
Oh, that is good.
He also sent a lot of coins. Now, he kind of like purses his lips. I don't know the specifics, but it seems he's been given an additional line of credit. He was finally approved for a and he begins going into a lot of fuck it. So he apparently there was a lot of hubbub over the past couple of months, but his station has been replaced? I'm not quite sure. He's doing the same job, but the Soldiers of the Blue have supplanted his station in Sacred Blade, and they've offered him an additional pay to continue on his work.
I mean, that's great for you guys.
That's incredibly good. He mentioned what happened, and well, he apologized, and he sent another infusion of coin. We have a longer line of credit with the guilds and whatnot, going straight through the Soldiers of the Blue. So things are going to be better now. I hope. I think. And he like turns to the other two, and they kind of like give a nod, and he just nods back, and hopefully Father will be home within the next week or so.
Good. That's good. I'm glad that you finally heard from him. It had
Yes.
been months, right?
Yes, we've
Even
been
before we
writing
left.
letters. He said he was excited to see you, Miss Mira.
Oh. Well, she's kind of like stuttering, glancing at like Garrett Streak. I don't know how much longer we're staying, but I'm sure I'll be back.
Wait, Miss Mira, you're leaving already? You come in, you say everything's shite, and 2 days later you're gone?
Well,
At this point, Chester, like, puts a hand on Magnus's shoulder. It's okay. I mean, look, the least she can do is say sorry by cleaning the house and making everything look good before she leaves.
we need to... We need to fix things so that what happened before doesn't happen again.
We're
Okay,
after the
well-
guy who was in charge of this whole thing.
Well, that's good, but, Miss Mira, can you start by fixing all the paint stains in the studio? I've tried and I can't get it, and well, you're the only one good at it.
Do my best, but the next time I come by, I think it's high time that you learn to help out with this sort of thing.
Well, I mean, we had, before Father and Mother left, we had other servants to take care of it. None of them were as good as you, Miss Mira.
Well, you know what would be a great experience, I think, Mira, if you showed him exactly how to clean it. That way, because you're so much better at it, you could show him how to do it and then have him start cleaning up the rest. And then next time when we come back, there won't be any more of those stains to clean up. I think that would be a great opportunity for some real life skills.
I think Mira is like blinking, like detecting that there is something in his tone, but like not 100% knowing what it is. I mean, that's kind of what I meant. Yeah? I mean...
Yeah, sure. I mean, listen,
make
we've
sh-
tried. I mean, you told us when we were kids, we just didn't. And he kind of like just looks around. Please, Miss Mira, I just want to look
Make
good for
sure-
Father when he gets back. And we'll
Make sure he really gets some good practice at it while you're supervising. Don't just do it for him, because this way, you can really show him and help him make sure he understands it.
Well, yes, I mean, many hands make light work, right?
Yeah, but at this point, Magnus just kind of... I mean, either way, I mean, as soon as you all leave, I imagine Chester's gonna find someone to hire out, so it's probably not worth doing.
Learning new things is always worth doing.
I'm learning plenty at Ardenford. Exactly teach me how to do things like cook and clean all day, though. So how about we all just do what we do best? Miss Mira, you can take care of the house, and I'll head back and finish all of the killed things.
Well, if you have business to do, I suppose it's best to...
And he turns to Magnus. See? She'll take care of that, I'll take care of the business, and you can get back to work, and Alice can hopefully get better.
There is, well, I don't know exactly who is invited, but, there was maybe a party tonight. What were the details of the party again?
With
Wasn't it
Soldiers of the
a
Blue and
Soldiers
some of
of
their
the Blue
higher ups, Lawrence and Frey were invited to it, and we're making it an open invocation.
I think Frey and Mr. Lawrence ran into some Soldiers of the Blue and got invited to something, and
Wait,
thought maybe
what do you all get invited
might
to?
like to. I don't really know. I'm not really much of a party person, but since it might be with your coworkers, I thought you might like to go.
It was something involving the higher ups of the Soldiers of the Blue. I think technically Lawrence and Frey were invited, but they asked us to come as well. So,
Wait, you mean the big important Sacred Hall party? Like they do them every. Well, they do them every week, but our plan is for the end of month ones to be for like the higher ups and things like that.
mm-hmm.
But I mean, if you all got invited, I mean, I'll probably get like in trouble going to that.
Well,
Besides,
yes.
I gotta keep it on Alice or work. I'm not actually sure. I should probably check
I'll be
on
here.
that.
I'll be here.
You're not going?
Not much of a party person. I didn't really have a good time at the last one I went to. At least, well, it's complicated. Just kind of fidgets uncomfortably.
Chester kind of like puts a hand on Magnus's shoulder. It's like, I mean, besides, she's gotta, she said she was gonna finish cleaning the house for us. So we can keep it nice for Father. So. And he just kind of like, and Magnus gives like a, oh, okay, that makes sense, I guess.
I mean, it wouldn't take as long if I could get some help, but...
Yeah, but I've tried. I'm not good at it. Magnus just kind of, I can help Miss Miro. I mean,
Well,
I break a lot of
It's up to
things,
you.
but of course, I'd rather help you and go to some stupid party anyway.
I would be happy to spend some more time with you before I leave.
I can't promise I won't, break enough of mop like I used to, but That's half the fun, isn't it? I mean, it's like that time when I broke them up and then I put another one and I put them on my feet and I thought it would be good to, you know, walk around with feet mops, and you said you'll learn, and I said, yeah, I will, because I'm smart and inventive, like. And then I fell and I cracked my head open and it was bleeding everywhere, and you say it would be okay, and I thought I was dying.
Let's maybe avoid that this time, but...
Yeah. This time maybe I'll just do it on one foot.
We'll see.
He seems to have a knowing smirk at that. A rare moment of complete self-reflection from Magnus Guarantine. And Chester just kind of, yes, of course, Magnus. You can put mops on your shoes and make everything dirtier. More work for Mira. Genius.
We'll see.
And Magnus kind of like very condescendingly pats Chester on the head. I mean, if Mira's got more work, that's more time I get to spend with her, and if I make shit dirty enough and she has to clean it, then she won't be able to leave tomorrow or whatever.
Technically, I don't think I have to do anything since I'm not employed by you guys anymore.
No, but you could, you know, just stay for fun and not clean.
You can do both.
You definitely can't leave and clean, Miss Mira.
Well, no, but today I can.
Under his breath, Chester's just
say-
kind of like, oh, the dream that would be.
Alex, I'm gonna go into the game and fucking give this kid a swirly, but Amir just ignores him.
But I'm happy to give all the good news, and I might as well finish everything up today. I don't know how long I'll be gone, and depending, I might not be back tonight. So, Miss Mira, I appreciate your willingness to help get everything clean, and if I can't make it back, thank you for everything you're doing for us.
Stay safe. I'll see you next time.
He gives you a very big hug.
Yes.
And heads out a couple of moments later. As soon as the door shuts, Magnus has this big like, "Hi, I think he just got out of having to help you clean, Miss Mira."
He did. He absolutely did.
Guess so.
See, back when I was with the Eindarad brigades, when we had someone like him, we'd throw them a blanket party.
Blinks.
It wasn't something that happened more than twice.
Blinks imagines pillow fort.
Magnus blinks, imagines pillow fight.
Garrett stares at them in understanding that they have no idea what he talks about. He's like, what you do is when they're not paying attention, you throw a blanket over the top of them, cinch the end together so they can't get out, and beat them up. Not enough that, like, they're really, really hurt, but enough that they know that they fucked up.
Oh yeah, I do that sometimes with Chester. I did it a lot more when I was younger. I just didn't use a blanket. See, the problem is when you can't trust. It's a little different, I guess, when you're in the scout brigade going up against Umberhai and everything. But when you can't trust someone to have your back when it comes to taking care of, you should suffocate them with a blanket.
You can't trust them out in the field, so you give them a little bit of a encouragement to.
I see. So instead of trusting them out in the field, you lock them in a house where you can trust them.
where they won't fuck anything up. Yeah, basically.
You can tell Magnus is not he's so stuck on the literalism of a blanket. There is no getting through to him.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. The blanket's really just to keep them from getting away while you beat them up. That's all.
And just be faster than them. Well, I mean, it's one time a few years ago, Chester stole my coin purse because I think he was trying to impress a girl and like bought like a ride on a horse or something. But I mean, when I found him, I just kind of, you know, took a club to his knee until he couldn't walk on it. That kept him from getting away.
That is absolutely
Not
one way to
very
do it,
nice.
Magnus.
He said sorry, so I mean,
Problem is, I don't know if it would work on him though. There's only so many times you can try to beat a lesson through someone's head and it not sink in.
well, that's why you just got to
Seems
keep
to have an
trying.
attitude, I guess.
Magnus kind of like very sagely nods. You just got to keep trying. Eventually, something has to go through our head, or eventually you'll like, you know, crack open a skull and have a brain, then they'll be dead. You don't want to do that, so you just have to hit them kind of hard a lot. Eventually, you'll get it. Trust me.
Honestly,
Chester hasn't
Magnus, I
taken
don't-
anything from me in years.
I don't know how the two of you grew up in the same house. I don't see it. You're very well disciplined. You know how to respect people. You always want to try to help. And then Chester's just no.
Well, he's
I
really
don't mean to
smart,
offend
and
you, but
I'm
he's-
not. I mean, that's just how it is. You know?
Yeah, but he's kind of a dick.
Well, yeah, but he's really smart, and smart people get to be because they're more important. So,
That's not true.
I don't think that's how it works.
I don't think that's exactly what Chester said, but, you know, like, I couldn't, like, and he pauses for a moment and just kind of goes slack-jawed, and it is very obvious that his brain is trying to boot a scenario that he cannot, like, come up with.
There are plenty of people out there who aren't smart, who are absolute dicks. So just because you're smart doesn't mean you get to be a dick.
Well, it sounds
And-
more like a case of, if you're not smart, you shouldn't be a dick. I mean, ideally, no one should be a dick, but I think
No one should be a
someone
dick.
like, you know, someone who's doing a lot of good gets more leeway with it. I mean,
The problem is the people who do good things aren't really a dick, though, are they? Because if they were a dick, why would they do good things?
I do good things, but I also
You're
one
not
time.
a dick, yeah.
I mean, one time I took Chester's favorite pillow and I replaced it with mule shit.
But he probably deserved it, though. So
See?
it's okay. You're not a dick.
See, so it's okay sometimes to be a dick.
Zero frowns.
Magnus beams with pride at winning the argument.
Jared just laughs and claps Magnus on the back of the, on his back, on his shoulder, just like, all right, you got me.
The famous logical fallacy, appeal to bro.
Oh.
Basically, my moral system is whatever moral system Chester gets punched under.
Oh.
At this point, Alice also just she smiles like a real smile for the first time since the attack and puts a hand on Magnus's shoulder and just kind of, you'll get it. You're a good person. And I mean, I am, but so is Chester, and that's why he's allowed to be a dick. And at that point, Alice just, and she kind of like behind Magnus's back, just kind of like, to the rest of you, just, I do love my brothers. They're good people. And she like grits a smile through her teeth.
I mean, yeah, we would never seriously want anything really bad to happen to even Chester. So with Garrett says with a little bit of a sigh and kind of like a goofy smile just to let her know that he's not being serious about being reluctant about that. But yes, no, your brothers are good people, and that's part of why we have to leave, so that none of you get drawn into that anymore. It's not right.
Magnus gives a nod, and Alice gives a nod, and they both just kind of give a look to you guys, and eventually things go a little bit more back to normal in the Guarantine household.
Slightly.
Garrett will help Mira with cleaning if she's doing any cleaning, because he feels bad that his attempt to get Chester to actually do some work around the house backfired so soundly.
Oh,
He's got to go do a business, okay? It's very
a
important.
business.
He might be gone all day. Meanwhile, as the party at the Guarantines deals with the fallout of new information, team shopping.
Team shopping.
Yo, yo, yo.
Is there anything specific you guys need to do, or is it just going to be the generalized supplies? Oh, you are trying to sell those spears, or are you going to try and get more for them at the party?
Like, if we get, yeah, more of the party is kind of the idea, but maybe Lawrence will set up a general buyer if need be.
Okay. Yeah, you can definitely, like, general buyer at, like, about 100-ish silver each, but, you know, in the 80 to 100 range each.
Yep.
But, yeah, you can definitely... there's definitely a market for higher than that price. It's just a matter of if you can find them in the time limit, but... Hey,
yep.
A bunch of military people wanting to show off their wealth at a fucking fancy party. That's as good a place as any. So, with that, is there anything else? Is there anything specific that Samar and Lawrence need to do besides the generalized shopping?
Shopping, provisioning, nothing crazy. Set up the meeting with the guild person for tomorrow to retrieve the book.
Okay. Morning.
Yep.
All right. She will be in her office waiting.
Understood.
Otherwise,
Nothing specific from me.
All right, yeah, if you guys don't have anything specific, I feel bad that Frey's not here to have something specific, because I know Ronnie would have something specific Frey needs.
Teehee.
But, hey.
Do we still have the play clothes from Artavista?
I don't know why you wouldn't.
And
Yeah, mine is in my inventory.
okay, I never put mine in there, but I'm...
Keep your inventory up to date. It's the one thing I ask of you for
do.
bookkeeping reasons.
usually
Clothes
do.
for those who need it, Robert.
What's that?
Is probably on the dock. Clothes for those who need it is on the docket.
Okay.
Like,
yeah, because of the
parties
amount
for
of
once.
money juggling, that is something we'll do either during a break or after the session.
Yeah.
We'll figure out the specific numbers. I don't want to... Like I
But
said,
it's-
I'm already, like, a threatening pseudo-headache away from dying right now, so...
Yep.
Yeah. Do the clothes from the play look like they would be okay for a party? I'm just making sure.
Not knowing... I mean... It really depends on... Like, you don't know the vibe of the party. Like,
Sure.
it's a military party. You don't know if it's going to be mostly people in uniform. You don't know if it's, you know, mostly people of high society. Like, you just don't have that information.
All right.
Wouldn't
Lawrence
Magnus
is one
know?
jacket swap away from fucking looking business casual from looking slightly good.
Yeah, so... Yeah, you don't know if it's essentially like black tie or anything like that.
All right. All right.
It's this suit or tuxedo, essentially.
Yeah.
Would Magnus know? because theoretically, Samar could, through the Samar phone, ask someone to ask Magnus what the dress code normally would be for something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they would ask if he would know.
Mira, I assume you'll have relayed it?
Sure.
Magnus's response, I mean, I would just wear my uniform. I feel like that's what most people do, but also this is like the fancy end of month one, and I don't really get invited to those because that's like for bigwigs. I don't know how you met somebody who's able to get into that, but that's really cool. I would say dress nice because you want to impress people, especially because the end of month ones, Mr. Edelvine's always there at those, so that's always really cool.
What?
Robert.
That's great. I love it. Thank you, Robert.
Well,
think
I will
Rohan's not here.
relay the message.
For the record, Magnus continues to talk about it for about 10 more minutes.
Excellent. Good. Good.
What?
No, I like it. It's good. It's funny.
Good thing Rohan's not here. How would he keep himself from trying to
Murder
magic
him.
missile Edelvine right in the face? Except for the fact that Rohan doesn't have magic.
No, Rohan wouldn't do it.
I was
He
about
would-
to ask if
he
you had a
would-
magic missile.
He would force Streak to come and
Yeah.
kill Edelvine.
I heard he's a slave owner.
And Streak would do it
Yeah.
too.
Anyway, well, okay. I'll try to dress fancy. If that means the clothes we already own, then yeah, I'll try to buy new clothes, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, what you got for the play was very much like tuxedo tier, like
Sure.
high-end fancy. So,
I'm okay being overdressed. I'll
Okay.
do that.
all right.
Lawrence going not quite that.
Business casual.
A little more business than casual.
Yeah. It's the throw a blazer on top of a button up.
Yeah.
All right. So if there's nothing else specific that you guys need to do, we will fast forward to the evening
Excellent.
when it will be Frey, Lawrence, Samar, Garrett going to the party or no?
Yeah, Garrett would probably go. Why not?
Okay.
I imagine that there's going to be some stuff delivered tomorrow for like provisions and whatnot. Like the bigger deliveries.
Yeah.
Once Streak hears that Edelvine will be there, does he change his mind about going?
I don't know. Would Streak hear that Edelvine was here?
I mean, you know, like fucking Magnus was very loud, so as long as Streak was in the house when Magnus was explaining that to Mira.
It's usually more interesting to act with more information, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think even knowing Edelvine, I can't risk it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, buddy. I'm not gonna kill him in public like that. If we still had Rohan and he could do magic and shit, but I'm not gonna do that.
Oh.
That's fine. Just let Rohan down from beyond the grave. That's fine.
Oh.
Ouch.
You didn't even get to be his pallbearer, so you couldn't let him down then. But yeah, there's chance.
That was good. I like that.
Oh. So, in that case, so to be confirmed then, Strieg and Mira are staying behind to clean up the house on Chester's behalf.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
Just wow, guys.
Think of it as paying for your room and board.
I already said that.
Oh, did you? I
Yeah.
don't remember it. You all make your, well, not you all, but, you know,
Many.
Lawrence, Frey, Garrett, and Smar, you get dressed and make your way to Ardenford, where there is a contingent of extra security. Immediately, like, you can hear the sound of, like, people, like, playing lutes and things outside. Like, it is a big deal. Ardenford is fucking, like, overflowing, specifically on the, it is at the, one second, the Sacred Hall, which is the same place that the big announcement was that you guys were at recently. It seems like that's kind of being supplanted as a Soldiers of the Blue party house. Most of the people you're seeing are also pretty well dressed. Most of them are in military uniform. I would say 90% are in are in Soldiers of the Blue garb. There are a few people who are dressed. I would say you come off as overdressed in the very fancy Vicanian play clothes, but not so much that you would stick out an insane amount.
Okay, that's fine, I think.
Yeah, the people you see who aren't are mostly in, I would say, like, about the same tier as Lawrence, where it's like, you know, they've got a nice suit on, but they're definitely not dressed to the nines or anything. Though there are a couple of people in dresses who obviously are here to show off and things like that. Like, expensive, like, fancy gold leaf dresses and stuff.
Okay.
But among the...
Garrett's,
Yeah, go ahead.
Garrett's probably a little bit more dressed up than Lawrence or Samar, as he would have brought one of his nice outfits from home.
Oh, he's got the real expensive shit on.
Yeah.
The custom tailored fucking... Viv says you wear this suit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
One of his he probably has a couple, but not like a whole wardrobe up. But he probably would have like a couple, because you can't wear the same suit to one ball and then the same suit to the next ball. That's Viv would you know, have his guts for garters.
But on the other hand, if he did and someone said anything, Viv would kill them.
Right, exactly. But it's about the appearance.
Exactly.
Too.
So
I think Summer has done whatever they can to like dress down just a little bit, like the fancy clothes, to make it like read more cool than like fancy. But you know.
Yeah. So, you are essentially like, they don't, like, the guards at the entrance to the massive courtyard of Ardenford aren't even like, they're not like checking IDs, if you will, or anything like that. They're not like, you know, they're not doing like a guest list or anything. There's like some people just outside the gates like gawking, but you guys are dressed well. They just let you by.
Do we see the people who like invited us?
You head over towards the Sacred Hall, and you do see, like, it takes a moment of looking around before you notice a group of maybe 20 or 30 soldiers. And among them are the ones who invited you. Specifically the one who, I'm not gonna say seemed in charge, but the one who like threw the invite out is wearing a very fancy, like almost gilded leaf cloak that sticks out a lot.
I imagine we, or Frey and Lawrence would approach and, you know, thank him again for the invite and say hi, you know?
Immediately, he just kind of like, he's got like short, like dark blonde hair, and he kind of brushes it back and motions to a waiter who comes over with some wine glasses and hands you each a glass.
Excellent.
You are both poured a very nice red. And he just, oh, nonsense. I always appreciate speaking with the rest of the world. Not being treated as someone so important, if you will.
Well, always nice to speak with someone with good taste, regardless of where in the world they are.
And he just kind of like shakes each of your hands and, well, the party is open. I'm sure there's going to be a big feast when that starts, but I know a lot of people are still out here. It's a little bit bigger than I was expecting. I feel a little guilty with all the people that got invited. And he just kind of like ponders for a moment as he's saying that. Gonna be a bit shoulder to shoulder once we get into the Sacred Hall tonight.
These things do happen.
As well.
Are we gonna run into Mr. Hoslow? That's out of character.
Okay, I was like, oh, okay. I mean, if you want to interject yourself, you can. But
No, I was just thinking to myself, because, like, if this is for the higher-ups, wouldn't Hoslow be there?
he may.
Alright, well, Garrett would keep an eye out for him while they're mingling, just to see if he can see them. And because I don't think Lawrence has met him yet.
No. Yeah, I thank you again, and enjoy your night.
Yes, of course. I truly hope you enjoy yours, and I do apologize for it being a bit shoulder to shoulder inside the Sacred Hall, but I'm sure the celebration will be worth it. We've got big announcements tonight, I hear.
Ooh. I'll look forward to it.
Yes. Professor Edelvine's very excited. Getting to see it up close and personal.
Lawrence nods, like looking suitably impressed or astounded. I guess we part ways with them. And I guess Larry will go back to the rest of the group to chat. So, Doctor and Mr. Villacourt, I believe you both have something you're looking to find out here.
Yes.
I guess I'm gonna be honest. I still don't really remember anything about Zane. So
Right.
this is a little more on you, Samar.
Okay. Fun. All right. I'm gonna see if I can. Fun. Okay, how do I do this smoothly?
I'm going to humbly request, Doctor, that you not get jailed during your investigation.
I will do my absolute best.
Yeah, that honestly kind of makes sense now, because I couldn't really remember why you got arrested, basically, for the first time.
Do you remember when you came and asked me about it?
I do. I remember, like, coming to talk to you about everything, but I don't remember. I couldn't really remember exactly what we were doing that led to Samar getting arrested.
We were trying to find out about Zane, so...
Which would make sense, since I don't know Zane, so...
Yup.
I guess I know, but I don't know. I don't know.
Garrett, there's a tap on your shoulder.
Garrett turns around.
You see one of the waiters holding a platter of finger sandwiches. Looks like they have some sort of sliced chicken on them, along with a bottle of wine on the platter and a couple of glasses. Anything for you, sir?
Oh, don't mind if I do. Would certainly take a finger sandwich and a glass of wine.
Nice. The chicken is a very high end. Our chef, who has trained in Alicia for most of their life, that came up with the recipe, did so with a lovely sear in a very high end olive oil that I am far too uneducated to even be able to pronounce. But an olive oil that was all the way from Zuria, apparently.
Oh, that is quite quite impressive.
Is there a reason that this person walked up specifically to Garrett, or are they just making the rounds?
Give me wisdom into it.
Okay. Because, like, even this person being like, by the way, this is very fancy, is like, okay.
It's because...
Go ahead.
No, you finish. It's...
All right, Smart, you've been to parties like this before.
Yeah.
It's important that everyone has a good time and is treated incredibly. If someone doesn't have food and wine in their hands, that needs to be fixed.
Okay.
Especially given 2 members of your party obviously do have wine.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
yeah.
Fair enough.
Oh,
Garrett just happened to be the one who had his back turned as you guys were all kind of in a semicircle talking.
Great. Gotcha.
The offer is obviously extended to the rest of you.
I will take a glass of wine and not drink it. I'm just holding it to nurse it.
Larry's gonna enjoy a finger sandwich.
Garrett would be taking sips and bites, politely as he's so been taught.
Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can. I don't think there's a way I can naturally steer the conversation towards Zane to begin with. So I'm gonna see if I can find a few people who I can just sort of, familiarize myself with, and then see if I can, get them to let their guard down, and then maybe turn the conversation that way.
Would you like a recommendation, Adarsh?
Absolutely.
Maybe ask about the blockade, as a concerned citizen.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right. So give me a Charisma Connect. See if you can find some people that are worth working on.
Yeah, not my strong suit. Okay.
You excuse yourself from the party and start making rounds to various groups. Eventually, a group of about 5 or 6 soldiers of the blue kind of turn, and they kind of they obviously weren't as focused on conversation and were very much just hanging out. And about 2 or 3 minutes after you start talking, they have opened up and gotten you into the circle and everything. They call over a waiter, and they're one of them takes it upon themselves. They're like, we have someone here who doesn't seem to like their wine. We need another one. When they notice you not drinking it for a few minutes.
Oh boy. I'll take a few sips. I'll take a few sips, and then anytime they're not looking, I'll dump a bit out in a plant or something.
Oh.
Funny as hell.
So, you are now. Your intent here is to steer the conversation towards the blockade, or was there anything else you wanted to ask about?
No, I mean, I think the blockade is a good way to get. My goal is to get to Zane, obviously.
Okay.
So yeah, I think I'll ask about the blockade and see if I can get it there from there.
Give me a Charisma Convince.
Okay, please roll well. Please roll well. No.
Unfortunately, it seems like no matter what you do, every time you try and pivot, these people do not want to talk work at all.
Yeah.
They constantly are trying to ask about you. You imagine at least 2, maybe 3 of them are trying to flirt.
I'm not flirting.
Again, I say trying.
Just because I'm working doesn't mean I can't play.
Yeah, they're trying. I'm not going to give them that much credit, but they're trying. Yeah, otherwise, they're like, no, we're not gonna talk about work. Why would we do that? We could talk about you. What's your deal? And maybe it's the fact that the fact that you're not in uniform is such a good way for them to pivot the conversation to you, and you have to keep coming up with excuses for how you got in here, and you you end up wasting all this time having to explain stuff about you that doesn't matter, that you just can't get them to talk about the fucking blockade or work.
Yeah. I think my story is that I was asked here on a date, but my date never showed, so I've decided to.
And unfortunately, that pitfall is your downfall.
Yep.
Yeah. Figures.
How many offers for dates does Samar have to fend off now?
Yeah, it's well, you're gonna need someone to dance with you once the party begins inside.
I'm like eventually I like get away and I'm like saying to Frey like, how do you make your hotness work for you in getting information instead of distracting people? I'm apparently too hot to get information. It's a real problem.
Meanwhile, Frey's got like 36 people he's almost literally juggling.
Yeah, of course. Well,
he's like juggling them one-handed while talking to you. Just yeah, oh, that's lovely, bye. Oh, that's lovely, bye. While talking to you and giving you an actual conversation. Oh.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's see how Frey's doing at this party. I know Ronnie loves a good charisma convince, so here you go, Ronnie, absolutely, for when you listen back. Juggling as usual. Even with the Samara distraction, Frey's not even on his A game, and he still has no trouble juggling quite a few people.
I would like to try my luck looking for Quartermaster Hoslow and seeing if maybe Garrett can slip a little, hey, I'm from Artavishte. I heard there was some shit going down with the troops that our Navy, well, not our Navy, but our contracted Navy was coming in here for. What's going on with that? Can you tell me anything?
So you ask around a bit. No one seems to believe. Hoslow apparently doesn't really come to these things. He's pretty much known for it. Like,
so
you don't need to roll to find out that like he is a known workaholic. Okay. And at this point, like, the best vibe you get is he's essentially like seen as Edelwein's like right hand when it comes to logistics and things. Like, he is 1A to Edelwein's 1 when it comes to running things in the city.
Okay, fair enough. No, yeah, I definitely wouldn't ask anyone else those questions about that per se. That would have been specifically for him.
Yeah. No, I figured.
But knowing that, okay.
Damn.
But you would find out, it seems like the chief guild intermediary, Miss Allison Wodika, is here, which is a very big surprise.
Remember her?
Is she the really scary looking lady in armor that we have back in the image references?
Yeah.
Guild intermediary for Soldiers of the Blue claimed that Zane needed medical attention after some violence in their custody.
Yeah. Seeing as how she's already interviewed, has she interviewed me, or was that just Samar that she interviewed?
Interviewed Samar, but we met with her in person. Lawrence, Garrett, Frey.
So I'm going to try to avoid her because I don't want her to recognize me and Samar and be like, hey.
What the fuck are you guys doing here? Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn. Is there anyone else? Can I like scope the crowd and see if obviously these like foot soldiers and stuff are not gonna give me what I want? Is there anyone else here who looks like I might be able to get this kind of information from them without raising any big alarms?
Through your connecting, there's like, I mean, it's like, if you're looking for someone else who's in a position of power or something, it seems like most of them are inside already, where things are a bit more, I'm not going to say specifically formal, but they are a little bit more formal, and they're not allowing everyone in yet. So it seems like a lot of the bigwigs are further inside.
Okay, interesting. Does it seem like they're going to let people in later?
Yeah. The big final party, there's going to be a huge banquet, big dance, stuff like that.
Okay.
So
I really want to know how Edelwein reacts when if he finds out that Rohan's dead. I mean, I can't.
How would he find that out? Like,
I want to tell. I mean, I'm not going to, but I really want to. Is what I'm saying.
Oh.
Just walk up and say, "Hey, do you know Rohan's dead? Who's Rohan?"
Right.
So, anything else out here in the courtyards and gardens of Ardenford?
No.
Actually, you know what? Who else? Garrett, you and Samar separately would have noticed, there are a few people from Ardenford that don't seem directly connected. Among them, you see Chester.
Great.
Just kind of ducking in and out of conversations. Not staying in one place too long.
I kind of want to come up behind him and put my hand on him and be like, "Oh, so this is the business you were talking about."
I actually would like to see if I can deputize him to see if he can also maybe ask about Zane. Like, I won't tell him Zane's name or like anything that specific, but see, like, we heard that there was some kind of conflict. Maybe you can
All right, so you're gonna
find
go
some stuff
flag
out.
him down.
Yeah.
He
Why not?
as soon as like you notice him a moment later, like you see him and he sees you, and like he just kind of like cocks his head to the side a little bit and then like disappears into the crowd.
Christ. Wish he'd done that any other time. Fucking all I ever want from this guy is to disappear. And the one time I would need to talk to him. Fine. Fuck him.
About 5 minutes later, he comes back from the crowd and like stumbles towards you. He is double fisting glasses of wine.
Great.
And he just takes a sip from, like, you can see one's about full, the other one's mostly empty, and he takes a sip from like the mostly full one that like looks a little confused, and then holds it out to you.
I will take it, I guess, and not drink it.
But you're too good for it. Is that it?
No, I like to keep my wits about me.
I like to keep my wits. Oh, you sound like such a square. Have some fun.
This is how I have fun.
He just stares at you.
I'm looking for some information.
Where
I was wondering if you might be willing to help me out. Maybe ask if you happen to hear anything, just let me know.
I'm busy.
You're busy socializing. I'm asking you to socialize.
I'm busy finding information for myself.
What kind of information?
Well,
maybe I can
you
help you with
see, and as he like says you see, he like stumbles forward and like emphasizes with his wine glass and like stumbles a bit more, and the wine comes flying out and gets onto your shirt.
No, it does not. I absolutely. Can I make
give
like
me
an
give me a reflex
save?
give me a reflex save, whatever the fuck it's called. Evasion, reflex, whatever the fuck it's called. Yeah.
God
yes, it
damn
does. And he stumbles forward, like goes to catch himself on your shoulder as you're walking back, and just like drags the wine glass down your shirt. So I'm
so hard.
busy. What do you want? And at this point, he has like his arm around you, and he's like leaning up against you.
Is this man flirting with me? Just to be clear.
He seems too drunk to be, at least at a glance.
Good. I'm gonna try so hard to keep my cool. I'm just gonna say, if you're looking for information, maybe I can help you out. I'm good at finding information. I've made some connections with people here tonight. Maybe you can let me know what you're looking for, and I'll let you know what I'm looking for, and we can compare notes at the end of the night.
Okay, well, you see, I am looking for Edelwein's daughter.
Oh?
He like leans in real close. I saw her earlier today. She's really fucking hot. I think I'll go a chance.
Robert. My brain is boiling.
Bobby, my man.
I can't. I actually don't know how to respond. Okay. Summer doesn't have like this strong of an emotional reaction about this, obviously, but Adarsh does. Okay,
That's the you problem, then. Oh.
I know. Okay, deep breath. Okay. Are you just trying to find where she is? You just want to talk to her?
I saw her earlier, and I think she's inside.
Mm-hmm.
And he motions again, and this time, like, as he does, he throws the wine glass, and it, like, falls and breaks, and he just... Oh, shit. He holds a hand up. You! And motions to the waiter. Clean that up before someone gets hurt. And he then holds his hand out and, like, starts to take the wine glass he handed to you back.
I'll give it to him.
And he just starts drinking from it as a waiter comes over and cleans up the broken glass. So...
I, like, give them, like, an apologetic look, silently. Okay, so she's probably inside. I think your assessment is correct.
Yeah. And one of my friends, he's in there helping set up. He's one of the cooks working on the what's it, the big table banquet, a big banquet.
Sure. Okay.
And he's gonna let me in the kitchen. And I'm gonna get in there. And I'm gonna meet her. And she's gonna fall in love. And life's gonna be better.
Do you know if you like her personality?
I've never met her.
Seems like a bit of a stretch to think that she's gonna fall in love.
But she's so hot.
Samar's thinking, I wonder if I can seduce her first so that this kid goes home alone tonight, because he does not deserve to be with this girl. But honestly, maybe that's a good idea. Okay, I'll think about that in a minute. Okay, so it sounds like you have a plan to meet her already, right?
Yeah.
Great. In the meantime, maybe you can help me find the information I was looking for?
Yeah.
Great. So I'll like fill him in on what I'm looking for, like that I want to know about the blockade, and there's like some kind of fight, and I'm interested in what's going on there.
Wow. There's a fight?
Is he being sarcastic?
No, he's shit-faced.
Okay, I mean that's fine. Yeah, I'll. Does it? I will give him enough. I will only give him enough information that if he everything I said, because he's too drunk to keep it to himself, it will not be like
no one will be getting in trouble. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It's crazy. There was a fight. Who won?
I don't know. Maybe you can tell me.
Oh.
Maybe you can find out.
Oh, that's cool.
Seems like some hot gossip, right?
Yeah. He pauses again, just kind of stares at you, takes another sip of wine. He's just staring. He's just kind of like slowly shifting his weight from one foot to the other and staring at you.
I'm gonna like pat him on the shoulder, just be like, great. So, you know, if you hear anything, just let me know. And, you know, good luck with Edelwein's daughter. I believe in you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then I will walk away.
And as you walk away, he starts to turn and immediately runs into someone and spills an almost entire glass of wine on him. And you just start to hear yelling and arguing.
Great. I'm gonna go see if I can get my clothes clean. Maybe talk to like the waiters and stuff and see if they have like, I don't know, like whatever the Tide to go equivalent of in medieval times is. I don't know what you need to remove stains, but Anyway.
We do have a mage on staff who can handle things like that, spills and the like. We'll have to go find them. They're one of our Ardenford students.
Okay, that would be...
If you'd like to just wait over there, and they kind of motion you to the side of the hall, out of the way.
Sure.
We'll have them sent over.
Wait. Are they about to bring me Chester? Because if they bring me Chester, I'm gonna fucking lose it.
If this were a comedy campaign, Jesus Christ. Oh, if this were a fucking comedy, that would be the ideal scenario, but no.
Okay, good.
About... Now I see William screaming.
I saw, but...
About 15 minutes go by.
It's okay if Ayami's here.
About 15 minutes go by, and you see a young man, maybe 16, messy, unkempt bowl hair that's obviously, brushed, that isn't brushed very often, and big, huge, round spectacles, and he just, hi there, yeah, okay, and, doesn't really say anything, and then incants something under his breath, and, as the stain disappears, he just kind of quickly shuffles off without saying anything else.
Okay. That's fine. Wild. I will go back to mingling. I will also keep an eye out for Edelvine's daughter so I can seduce her, because fuck Chester.
Christ.
Honestly,
you don't know what she looks like!
Neither does he.
Hang on.
He said he saw her.
We know she's hot.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, I mean, I'll keep an eye out. I'll keep my eyes
just
and ears
flirted
open.
with every attractive woman at the fucking party.
I mean, I was probably going to do that anyway.
So, with that,
Robert.
Yep.
I'd like to find a buyer.
Oh boy.
Get my name out there.
Give me a charisma trade. Let's see if you can find somebody.
Actually, Robert.
Yep.
I'd like to invoke Dealmaker. I can find a buyer seller for any good or service that can be traded in the community.
Oh my
once
god.
A day. Finding a marginally possible service, but that's not relevant here. Specifically, I'm looking for someone who is middle management tier, who thinks they're bigger than they actually are and would spend the extra coin just to look
good.
Like they're cooler.
Okay. All right. In that case, I just need a charisma trade for how much you can upsell it.
There we go. Not bad.
You spend a little while asking, looking around. You eventually navigating this veritable... I don't know why I use the phrase veritable clusterfuck so much. I really need to stop. This sea of people. You find yourself eventually meeting with a couple of essentially captains, not full on unit commanders, but captains under them, essentially, the next tier down. And you get to a table outside that's got a few of them who are sitting down, and they are, it looks like, playing dice. And there is hundreds and hundreds of silver coins at this table. And you quickly ingratiate yourself there and eventually convince them, you get to the point where they're like, all right, well, whoever wins this next pot will get it. You got someone, they're essentially whoever wins the next big pot is going to be whatever they get paid out, they'll just pay out to that. Which will come out to... this much silver. 259 silver total.
And that's for a spear?
That would be for both.
Okay.
So that is about a 20% markup?
Yeah, it's about that.
Yeah.
That's not bad. All right. Lawrence will, promise to make the arrangements for them to be delivered wherever they'd like, and handle it from there.
All right. Yeah. No.
So we can bring the spirits to the party and everything.
Obviously, but no problem with them being able to drop it off and everything. So.
Yeah. Otherwise, Lawrence is marketing and networking. I imagine there's people here he knows, given that he has his network here. Robert?
I'm sorry?
I imagine there are already people here he knows.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. He's been here a while, and even if it's mostly military, I'm sure there's still at least a few. So.
Yeah. Otherwise, Lawrence is, just talking to people, putting his name out there, maybe listening for any good bits of juicy gossip. Maybe about that announcement or otherwise.
Unfortunately, no such luck immediately on the announcement. It seems like they're keeping it pretty hush-hush outside of... It's obviously grown over the course of the couple of hours that you have been, schmoozing at this point.
Of course. All right, that's all.
But, yeah. So, otherwise, is there any other hunting the gang needs to do here at the outside in the courtyard? All right.
No.
I guess that's a no. So, a few more moments. It feels like every moment is longer than the last as you continue to just... Sorry, 1 second. As you continue to just, schmooze, wait, interact... back and forth, before finally there's like a big announcement and they just kind of call out, "Attention, guests of the esteemed soldiers of the Blue, guests of Professor Benjamin Adelborn. The banquet at the Sacred Hall will begin at exactly 10:30 sharp. Please prepare yourselves. Claim tables that have not been claimed already. We apologize if there is overflow. We'll be bringing more tables in for out here. Do not take it personally if you're not able to get inside. Benjamin Edelvine will be doing a speech out here as well. In apologies. And we request that those of you who have been within his inner circle and to many of these parties before, volunteer for the outer tables so that more people can get this experience and the enjoyment of the night. We assure you, you will not be treated any less, you will not be treated any different, and you will continue to get the same food, experience, and music. We are additionally bringing more musicians in from outside of Ardenford in order to play to keep the music going even out here in the event that we do not have enough room in the overflow chambers inside.
So now's the time to be going inside?
Yes, they essentially, at this point, people start making their way in.
All right, I guess meet with the others, head inside. If possible.
Sounds like a plan.
I will let the others know what Chester has told me. That Edelvine's daughter is here, hot, and he would like to seduce her.
Doctor, why is this relevant information?
I don't know, I thought it was interesting.
Doctor, I'm glad you're enjoying tonight.
Because Edelvine's slave-owning horrible person. And yeah,
Slave
you didn't
owning?
bring any of that poison with you, did you?
I don't know why you'd ask such a thing. Firstly, secondly, is slavery legal here? From my understanding, that is not in. Is it Vicania, Robert?
Brayland?
Vrayland.
I mean,
He enslaved our friend Rohan for a while.
The mage?
Yeah.
yeah.
Back when he's actually Rayclarian, he's not from Vrayland.
This is what made Zane start looking into him in the first place.
Mhm.
Probably this is not the place to have this conversation, but we can fill you in a little bit more later. But yes, not a good person. Although maybe his daughter is, I have no idea.
Is his daughter relevant?
Well, she's hot.
Not really.
She's hot. Yeah, fair point, Doctor. She's hot. We'll have to keep that in mind moving forward.
Look, I'm trying to get some
Shrugs,
information.
like-
That might be a good way to get information.
Larry shrugs.
It's fine.
Well, anyways, I guess we should find a table.
Agreed.
It
Like to see what
is,
this
in fact,
announcement is.
shoulder to shoulder, by the way. Like, it is very crammed.
Great.
Say, Mr. Viacourt, how tight were the bunks back in your days in the as a guardsman?
I'll be honest. I spent more time out in the field than I did in the barracks, but they were pretty close together.
So is this stir nostalgia in you like it does me?
Like I said, spent a little bit more time outside. However, I've been to plenty of balls back in Artavishte, and they can't get quite packed in there. There's this one year where the trend was hoop skirts, and some of the women, oh my god, they wanted to have these massive hoops. I'm talking like 5 feet in diameter. Imagine trying to pack. What was it? There must have been 100 to 150 people there at this one bar, this one ball, and 10 of these women had these massive hoop skirts. They weren't all 5 feet, but like, oh my gosh, some of them were just ridiculous.
Yeah, Larry nods along with the story. What's the spelling on that? The leader's name?
Edelvine? Spelled it
you.
out for you. There you go.
That's his fake name.
I guess we find a spot, Robert, if
Right.
one exists.
Right, yeah, you, like, the tables are big. Like, you guys are going to be seated with, like, probably, there are what, 3 of you?
Phrase here too.
Yeah.
Oh, Frey's here too. So,
Four.
so you're going to be seated with, like, 16 other people.
That's fine.
So,
Larry will go on about how how good the food has been so far, and maybe he'll like, say to Garrett like, "Oh, I didn't expect us to be going to a party together so soon," something like.
Yeah, I'm certainly interested to see all this. It's just wish circumstances would have been a little less stressful back home. Well, we will definitely have to get you to one of these one of these balls back in our division day, of course.
Someday.
with Viv and everything.
Maybe we'll have the chance to someday, Mr. Viacourt. Maybe someday.
Maybe.
Supposed to be idly chat until the next thing.
So it is about, I would say, another 10 minutes. Like, I'd say you got sat in maybe 5 minutes. So there's about another 10 minutes before they start serving the good wine, which is mind-blowing because the wine outside was already very high quality. They are also specifically asking if tables want anything else. Whiskey, anything specific, other drinks.
Actually, if they do have a good whiskey, Garrett
Maybe
would
some-
probably.
Maybe some rum.
I'd take,
They
like,
can
a
do rum
tea.
for you.
Do they have like iced tea?
They could probably get, yeah, they could do tea for you.
I'll do tea.
All right.
Larry is drinking without any signs of slowing down. Or being slowed down, for that matter.
All right. So, with that... 1 second, sorry. With that, you guys proceed to kind of like chat up the rest of your table. It is, it's one of the less, like, I would say 8 or 9 of the 20 at your table are military. It's probably one of the less ones. It looks like a lot of it was +1s, essentially. There's one other gentleman here who's very overdressed, maybe same age as Larry, but like bigger, like well-groomed but big beard, taller, much wider shoulders. Like he's like not quite as big as Magnus, but big dude, but more well-groomed. Not really talking a lot. Just kind of sitting there, mostly just keeping to himself, still working through hors d'oeuvres and eating almost exclusively, like, one-handed right now.
He's his other hand on a gun below the table.
Right. Or is he just keeping that one hand in with a glass full at all times?
No, the other hand's just been under the table. Like, you haven't seen it or anything.
Gun. Gotcha.
Otherwise, yeah, like I said, this is one of the less military tables. That eventually they bring out a huge banquet, and it seems like the plan of open banquet got shifted with how over-invited this place got. And they are doing per-table banquets, buffet-style banquets instead, where they are bringing out food for each table that you'll then serve yourself. Full platters, fruits. It looks like the main thing for each table is like large, like multiple hams that are already pre-sliced and ready to go. You can see that there are slices of, for those of you who would recognize it, you would see slices of pineapple on top of the ham.
Would I recognize the pineapple?
Is there a pizza underneath them?
No.
Ham on top of pizza with pineapple on top.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a Hawaiian.
Lawrence looks very like impressed by the pineapple. Probably comments that it's been years since he's seen one.
We get pineapple every so often at the balls back in Bacania, especially if someone's really trying to show off for the Duchess. Not everyone's a huge fan of it, but I like it. I like the contrast between the sweetness and the sourness of it. And Garrett says as he takes a pineapple chunk off of his chunk of ham and just pops it right in his mouth.
Lawrence comments how well it works with the ham.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't think I've had the pleasure. I eat it and I love it.
The ham is also incredibly sweet. Like, this thing got sugared like crazy.
I heard, and I could be wrong, but I heard that there's a couple of less savory individuals who would eat people, and that they would put, if they could get it, pineapple on it, because it works. This was back during the Black Sun when things were going really bad, but
You had pineapple then.
well, pineapple was still around. This is just a rumor that was guard because pineapple goes well on ham, and supposedly people taste like ham. I haven't tried
Long
it
pork, of
personally,
course.
but yeah. Garrett looks at the guy whose hand is under the table and see if he reacts to that story at all. And
He does not. He continues to eat. He when he has to stand up, he puts his hand so it's inside of his coat.
Does he seem tense?
Give me a wisdom
Maybe
into
he-
it. A little bit. He definitely doesn't look like he's normally at parties.
Like, does he look nervous or does he look like he's waiting for something?
Either. He just seems like he's not really big on parties.
Okay.
you said he looks like he was a military guy.
No. I mean, he could be
no.
the way he holds himself, but he's not dressed like it.
Garrett would engage him. He'd be like, "You look like you have a little bit of a military bearing there to your background. To your stand. Have you served with either one of the Sacred Blade or one of the Iron Dared or Alice here is ZSO or anything.
He turns and puts down his fork where he was taking a bite and no, I have not. And continues eating.
Just curious.
You
I
get
was in the where was does that accent sound familiar to any of us?
It's
From
very thick. It sounds like it could be someone with a deep voice trying to hide Rayclarian or an old Rayclarian accent that's mostly died out. It's a weird one.
I was just curious. I scout Eindar Brigade, and it just something that sometimes you find in common with other people out, especially at events like this where individuals who are related to the military profession tend to congregate.
He nods. He continues eating. He does not continue the conversation.
Robert, can I scan the room? Is there anyone else? Are there people around the room who seem like I don't know, who seem on edge and or like they're waiting for something? Or
Can I ask a quicker question first, Darsh?
yes, please.
What color is his eyes and what color is his hair?
His hair is very short and black. His eyes are kind of a grayish.
I see. Go ahead, Darsh.
Yeah, I mean, are there? I don't know. I'm trying to scan for are there other people that seem like they have this guy's vibe, basically?
You don't see anyone else with it.
Okay, that's fair.
Not obviously. Scanning the room, it's not like he just he's hiding his hand and he seems uncomfortable at a dinner. This fancy. Like, he's probably a little bit underdressed. But otherwise, yeah, he's just trying to eat. Otherwise...
Okay, fair enough.
Also scanning the room, you can see up on... so there are a few tables on a stage on the far side of the room. Much like how I described when previously you guys were here during an initial announcement. And you can see one of them, the main one, you can see Benjamin Edelvine, you see Allison Wodeka, a few other people who you recognize as probably pretty important. Next to them is fucking Chester Guaranteed.
No fucking way.
And next to him, the person he is staring at, a woman with very long, like, down to almost her waist, silky black hair, very fancy earrings, very well put together, and not really, like, just nodding at him, that you would presume would be Edelvine's daughter.
Does she seem interested?
You cannot tell from this far away. Like,
is that... Did he actually make it to
There's
not
no
just find her, but make
possible
it to
way.
her table?
There's no possible way that
he's got a chair.
that. Well, I mean, like, yeah, but there's no possible way he did that on the merits of his own skills or personality. I mean, I'll put it this way. Even if under normal circumstances his personality were good enough, if he was as shit-faced as he was when I just saw him 3 minutes ago, like, there's no possible way. I'm whispering all of this, by the way. I'm not saying this loud enough for everyone to hear.
Oh.
Just loudly, like, that guy's a drunk. Okay, wild. Everybody is, like, seated? There's nobody that's, like, milling about or anything?
No, most of the people standing are either people who are getting to their seats, like they got up to, you know, get something or call a waiter over, or the help staff, which there are a lot.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. So this continues for about another half hour. It's probably around 11 o'clock when finally Edelvine stands up and just... I would like your attention, please. It is very important that we appreciate these days. We appreciate all of the things that we have been given. We appreciate the Black Sun is no more that we get these days. There is a world very similar to this, where the Black Sun never went away, where the Umbraei dine in these halls. I do not want to see them come back. I do not want to see any of these horrors come back. I want us to be able to enjoy these. I've heard already. It is a record-breaking crowd tonight. I believe some may even be outside still, which breaks my heart, but we just did not have the room here. But given the uncomfortable nature of what has been happening with Sacred Blade Industries, it is going to be my pleasure to first announce that we have us, the Soldiers of the Blue, all of you, every single one of you, have helped to make this happen. First, this will be renamed no longer the Sacred Hall, but the Hall of the Blue. And there is murmured excitement, which then turns into whooping and cheering from most of the soldiers. There's a moment before he continues. He holds a hand up and just kind of nods. And second, I probably should have led with this one. And he gives a very genuine-looking smile at that. It is my pleasure to accept the position as the president of Sacred Blade Industries starting this morning. I will make sure, despite being unable to continue tutoring the next generation here at Ardenford, that there will be a next generation. That everything will continue. It is my honor to be allowed to protect and continue to grow this great country. And he pauses for a moment. And as a first act, the soldiers of the Blue will be getting bought out by Sacred Blade Industries. The paperwork has already been drawn up. It will affect no one here. Not even your uniforms, for Sacred Blade will be getting renamed as well immediately upon being taken over here with the buyout to the soldiers of the Blue. Congratulations to all of you. And he has a tear in his eye as he smiles and says, we can shape the future of Rayland. We can shape the future of this world. This is just the beginning. And there is a quiet moment before the excitement, it starts as a murmur and turns into this excitement and cheering and, it's not as much as things getting thrown, but there's a lot of excitement before he finally holds his hands up again. And I'm sure there will be questions. All of those will be handled tomorrow by my most important hand. The woman who has made all of this possible, our chief guild intermediary, Miss Allison Wardica, who will be the vice president of the Soldiers of the Blue from here on out.
Wait, she'll be what? Sorry.
Vice president.
Okay.
Beyond that, your jobs will not change. Your duties will not change. The pay will only go up. And there's more cheering at that. And the safety and sanctity of this country that I love will continue unabated. Thank you all. Please enjoy the night. Enjoy yourselves. There will be music and food until the wee hours of the morning. And he sits back down and continues talking with Allison as the conversation starts to reach a fever pitch of excitement.
I think it's at some point Lawrence will kind of ask a question to the table, but maybe poignantly make sure the one guy hears, the guy who may or may not be reclining at a table of, I wonder why they picked blue. Does anyone know the story? Something like that.
I haven't heard anything behind that reason, I don't believe.
Yeah, I don't know.
Does the guy seem to react at all? Maybe even after Lauren says just blue's such a particular color, isn't it?
Give me a wisdom and
Or any of the other characters at the table, or not characters, but NPCs, I guess, other people.
You don't notice anyone reacting?
What about the person whose job it is to notice those things?
Can I roll?
Yeah, go ahead.
I didn't want to step on your toes.
It's collaborative. It's collaborative.
Okay, great.
He doesn't seem to react to that specifically, but at the same time, he didn't, like, he wasn't paying, like, close attention to the speech or anything. He is certainly paying attention to something, though. Like, just in general, like, his body language, especially as the night has gone on, very careful, listening, ears out. Like, he's hearing everything being said. Like, just not reacting. Very carefully not reacting, you might say.
I really am trying to figure out if this guy is
Like, is he an assassin?
Well, like, I'm trying to figure out if he's waiting for
Trained soldier.
something, or if he's tracking, like, if he's following someone, or... This seems like a weird place to be following someone into, though. So, it feels like he's trying to do something. But also, if this guy's Raychlorian, then it feels like he would be, if anything, working for Edelvine. Can I tell what he's looking at? Or, like,
He's
anything
not
that's in
looking
that
at a
general
specific thing. He's just taking in everything.
direction? Okay. And his hand's still in
You have not seen
under
it.
the table?
Yeah, it's either under the table or in a cloak. In his cloak. Like, he's very careful about it.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna keep an eye on him, but...
I'm assuming no one else at the table had any thoughts on on Lawrence's question.
Not immediately. Like, some people just throw out, well, it's a good color. No one uses it. Things like that. I like blue.
Short for paperwork.
Short for paperwork. I like that. But yeah, with that,
Blue is... Raychlorians think that it's like cursed or
Associated with
whatever,
death.
right? Okay. I mean...
It's
have
the
a
color of
guess.
freezing to death.
Right, okay. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Well, Garrett will just say it right out of the table. But isn't there some like negative connotation with blue or something? I thought there was some superstition about blue being bad.
For Raychlorians.
So for like Raychlorians, I guess.
Maybe that's the reason. Maybe it's supposed to show that they should be worried.
Any reactions to that, Robert?
no. Not any
Nothing
particular
interesting,
ones.
I assume.
Yeah. Yeah, like, people are more than willing to, like, you know, pause it and question, but nothing that you're looking for that sticks out.
Mm-hmm. I guess we continue the party for a bit longer.
Yeah. Party for a bit and then head home.
After maybe another... How long are you guys staying?
Larry is willing to stick around for pretty long. The drinks are free and good, so...
I want to see what happens with Chester, so I'm at least staying until he leaves.
All right.
Yeah, that is entertainment in and of itself.
Yeah. If at any point people are like milling around, I want to get closer and see if I can get a better sense of what's going on there.
Okay. So the first thing is there is like an announcement that because of how many people there are, they're not going to be able to do like a full dance because there's just too many tables and too many people to fit in here.
Sure.
In the Blue Hall, the newly ordained Blue Hall. And otherwise, about an hour goes by. There's obviously refills on food. They're bringing out more wine, other drinks that are requested. Like, they are going crazy with this one. And eventually the end result is, after about an hour or so, you see...
Hang on. I really want to establish something because we have not so far.
Okay.
Concealed weapons. Did we bring them? Like, do any of the soldiers have weapons on them? I guess is the question.
Most of them have like swords, in which most guards would not be like. They might have a short sword as a sidearm, but like more often than not, an average guard is going to be using a halberd, a spear, something like that. So
okay, so it's like ornamental stuff.
Real swords, but yes, ornamental first and foremost.
Right.
Almost like no one is open carrying weapons.
Like if we talked about it beforehand, like what would the party consensus be like on concealed weapons?
I would not have
definitely
really
didn't bring anything.
brought a weapon. Garrett's basically only good with a bow, and
You cannot conceal a 6-foot-long bow.
right, you can't conceal a 6-foot-long bow, and wouldn't
You can conceal a
do
pistol,
much
though.
good stabbing. I mean, I could conceal a pistol, but you're the one who has the pistol, not me.
I have a
Would
new
the-
+1
would
to
the-
punch, so I have my fists. I mean, yeah, I have a +0. Sorry.
Would the party be okay with Lawrence bringing a concealed weapon? I guess is the question.
I mean, if he thinks he can get it in, by all means. But if anything happens,
I mean, jacket's usually a pretty good way to conceal that. Does that cause any issues, Robert?
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
No,
I
they
think I
didn't
would have
pat
said
you down
like
or
if they
anything.
challenge you on it, then like you know,
You just
leave it
let
at the
let
door.
go.
But otherwise, yeah.
No, they didn't pat you down or anything.
Gotcha.
So
Yeah.
otherwise, so after about an hour, the first few people from the higher up tables begin to disperse. You see Edelweiss stand up. He calls over to who you're presuming is his daughter, who is laughing at Chester. You can't, again, too far away to really read more into it than
Wow.
that. But definitely laughing, and she she like starts to say goodbye, and he like you watch as he like grabs onto her hand, and like he's obviously pleading with her or something, and then a moment later it looks like she like relents or something, and like she like hoists him up and starts like helping him because he's so drunk he can't walk.
Holy shit!
Fucking funny.
is she still living with him, even though he can't?
She's helping him off the stage at least.
Are they about the same age?
Chester's 19 or 20 as far as you know. She couldn't be more than mid-20s.
Gotcha.
Interesting. If they walk past us, I would really like to see what's going on there.
They are going off a side, like there is a separate entrance for them, presumably for security reasons.
Does he seem like, can I tell if he's completely like, does he understand his surroundings? Like, does he get what's happening right now?
You have no way to tell without, like, you'd be able to assume probably not if he's been drinking at the rate he has been, but he's so far away you can't tell.
Sure. I really want to go because I'm staying at his place. I feel like I have a really good excuse. I could just be like, hey, I'm so sorry you got stuck with this. I'm actually friends with Chester. I can help him home if you'd like. I'm staying at his place. Right? Is that bad? Is that a bad idea?
I mean,
Approaching the might.
you have maybe 10 seconds to decide that while they're getting off the stage before they are gone beyond where security would let you.
I'm gonna go.
All right. You quickly make your way across the hall. One person kind of like goes to flag you down, then realizes you're not a waiter, and then they're like, "Oh, that's awkward," and they like hold their hand down again. But you make your way over as he's kind of like, you can hear him. He's just like, so much. I don't. Why are you so perfect? I don't get it. And she just. And you approach and like You can see a couple of the Soldiers of the Blue, like, as you're, like, quickly approaching, not ready to draw, not even, like, hand on it, but they immediately get into a more defensive stance.
Yeah, I'll sort of raise my hands, not at them, but just sort of like to get her attention, and also sort of they can see that I don't mean any harm.
She waves at you, as if thinking you're just waving at her.
I'll approach and I'll say, hi, I'm so sorry. I'm actually a friend of Chester's. I'm staying at his place. I'm sorry. I noticed that you sort of got stuck with this duty. I just wanted to see if I could maybe help you get him out of here, or I can take over if you need to get back to your table.
She gives the warmest, most genuine smile you could ever imagine that makes no sense coming from someone related to Benjamin Adelvine. And just, that's quite all right. There's nothing at all to worry about. He's a sweet boy, and I can take care of him. After all, it's my fault that he's like this. And she kind of just like rubs on his chin a little bit as she says that.
Insight check.
Wisdom into it. Let's see it. She's playing something up. She's definitely got, like, she's got something going on. You have no idea what.
I'll be like, are you sure? I mean, I'm sure your father would like you to stick around. It's your choice, of course. I don't mean to, stop you if you'd like. I just wanted to make sure that, he's not intruding or anything.
Please. And she, at this point, like, motions the guards back, and like, Chester's still like hanging off of her shoulder, and she just kind of, it's all right. It's no intrusion at all. And at this point, she like puts a hand on your shoulder and then moves it to your chin. If you would like to intrude, however.
Sorry, Other's just speechless. I feel like Summer's probably speechless too. I think
with the
I think
speechlessness, she immediately pulls away. I prefer someone of action anyway. And turns and walks away from you.
No. Did she go back into the security place?
Yes, she is already heading into the secure hall.
I'm gonna follow her.
You can't. Like, the guards are like, mm-mm.
Yeah. I really wanted. Fine. Okay, I'm gonna go back to my table. What can I say?
Bro, you want a threesome with Chester?
No. I want Chester to go to bed.
Yeah, what was going on there? It looked like she was into you. Did you turn her down?
I choked. I choked hard. That's never happened to me before.
Well, it's the first time for everything, Doctor.
I was truly unexpected.
I mean, is she even your type? I mean, it's totally okay if you aren't into her. But
no,
I don't think we ever.
She'll do.
Okay.
Their voices like. Their voices like choked and just like they're so uncomfortable for like the.
I apologize if that was. It was
no.
We ever
not
really talked about it.
No, not uncomfortable at you. Like, you could just tell they're like, wow, this is wild. No, she's very attractive, obviously. Well, okay. Well, you know what? It's fine. We're just gonna pretend that didn't happen. They're a little cowed and humbled.
Well, looks like the main announcements are over, so I think I might make a few more connections, drink a little more before getting ready to go.
I think Summer's just gonna go home.
Wander back defeated.
Yeah.
Yeah, Smar hits the
Truly
table, says,
just-
I choked, and then just leaves.
Truly just, this was a bust in more ways than I thought it could be.
Jesus.
I think I'll head back as well. Let me walk with you here. Lawrence, do you want to...
I'll keep an eye on Mr. Varrock.
Okay. Okay. So if you two will stick around, I'll head back with Samar, and we'll call it a night. It's getting late anyways, and well, not the young man I used to be.
All right. So with that, you guys head back. Is there anything else for the Frey and Lawrence contingent?
Yeah, I think I want to ask around with some of the maybe higher up officers, see if anyone knows of the history about that fucking color.
Give me a Charisma Connect. Ask around, see what you can find. You get a couple people who are like, that's that Ray Cloud Blue thing, right? But like, people are drunk.
Yeah.
There's not a lot in the way of. Maybe you're more drunk than you thought, but there's not a lot in the way of extended, interesting conversation to be had. People want to talk about how exciting the future is, not the history of an invading nation's culture.
That's funny, Robert, because I invoke connected.
Oh boy.
I want my daily favor.
Oh.
Didn't use it today. We're fine. I want to know.
What's your favor?
Give me someone who knows, please. Some more details.
All right. So eventually, you kind of like you're putting on the old merchant
Realize I'm a little
charm.
drunk. Slap my face a little bit. Get back into it.
Gotta do the old merchant charm. And eventually, you find a couple people who, they're like, yeah, it was I had a friend in Alice. It was Rayclorian. It's all about their religious thing. Blue is death. The lady with the blue dress, something like that. It's a whole thing.
So is it like soldiers of death then? That's been ominous.
What?
The soldiers of the blue death, soldiers of death.
I mean, Edelvine's not. It is weird, but I mean, I don't think Edelvine's like a big religious guy. Maybe he just didn't think of it. Maybe he didn't name it. There's other people who come up with good names. I've known smart people who are bad at names.
It's a skill in its own right.
Yeah.
Couldn't tell you how long it took to come up with my own company name. Oh, he'll wax poetic about the beta names and everything. How it took a while to get there.
Paying people to do fucking sketches
Market
of logos
research.
and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's all. If there's nothing more substantive there, then that's
Yeah.
eventually Lawrence will get back with Frey and head back.
All right. So. With that, you make your way back, all of you eventually making your way back to the Guarantine estate, where Mira and Strieg, along with Magnus and Alice, have been cleaning all day.
Hooray!
Alice is putting in as much work as she can. Magnus goes back and forth between being scared he's going to break things, getting stressed out, and worrying that about Chester, even though Chester said he might not come back after what happened. After maybe an entire bottle of wine, yeah, I'd say an entire bottle, why not? Finally, Mallory gets to the point where she's like, I can't watch this man do this anymore. He needs to fucking learn. And she like starts yelling at Magnus about how to fucking clean properly. And she is much more strict and mean about it than you, Mira.
Yell at my son.
Let her. You must learn.
And he starts yelling back. And they eventually get into a pretty big argument about the best way to throw a punch. Not sure how it came up, but eventually they go outside and like she's obviously like
don't go outside.
They're in the
perhaps.
backyard. She's not like she's like looking from the window and Magnus goes outside and the argument kind of ends as she says like she convinces him that the only way he can prove how good he is at throwing a punch is to punch the tree as hard as he can and have it not hurt himself.
That's stupid.
When you say that, she would agree. But she's also drunk as shit.
Don't listen to her. She's drunk.
Give me a charisma convince. See if you can out-convince her regarding Magnus.
She's drunk!
Yeah, but, like, that doesn't... Oh. Unfortunate. Unfortunate, but unfortunately cooler heads do prevail. Otherwise, was there anything else specific that you guys were doing?
I use my mom voice.
Yeah. Is there anything else specific that Strieg and Mira are going to be doing over the course of the night?
You know, I should have been thinking about that this whole time.
The party went relatively late in the evening, right?
Yeah, like, the announcement wasn't until, like, after 11. And then after
right,
the yeah, so, like, it wasn't until, like, after midnight that anyone left. And I imagine Lawrence and Frey were there till after 1 or 2.
Okay. Then I think probably after doing most of the cleaning that at some point in the night, Strieg is gonna go out and try to hit up some of his old contacts and see if anyone knows Ayami or what her deal is.
Interesting. All right. Give me a Charisma Connect. You head out, sweaty and exhausted from helping to clean. And as I look and actually respond to a message, my mistake. Eventually, you know, feeling like perhaps there is something you could really fucking do to help, and begin your hunt. You go to old haunts, anyone you know. Most of them are, like, have been dispersed at this point. They're still, you know, regulars, but it is not how it was during your heyday at this point. Like, the balance of power has shifted, and especially with the Soldiers of the Blue, like, the amount of, like, actual, like, their effects on the law enforcement of the city and the criminal underground are very noticeable. But,
Does it even seem like anyone has, like, stepped in to fill the void afterwards, or is it, like, everywhere it's just kind of fallen apart?
It's kind of falling apart, like, but eventually you get to the point where, like, you don't hear her name or anything, but it seems like in the past couple of months, a few people have heard about a Zurian woman who has been on the hunt, essentially, for work, and was asking around about any kind of, like, you know, clandestine, no questions asked jobs. though you don't pinpoint anyone who either offered her a job or paid her or anything. It's all like secondhand accounts.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Did they mention, like, where she was asking around?
mostly in the dregs? Like, it seems like that's kind of where things have been pushed. Like, the city proper has been very well cleaned up, and it looks like from what you're hearing also, the Soldiers of the Blue have started pushing into the dregs a lot quicker and a lot more efficiently, and have been cleaning those up as well. But it seems like that's where people saw her. Like, there, again, not a ton, but once in a while, like, you know, you'd talk to somebody who's like, yeah, I was talking to somebody else, and they said there was this Zurian woman, and she looked, I mean, she wasn't a threat or nothing, but she said she was offered a job, she was offered a work, was willing to do just about anything, no questions asked, but her asking price was fucking astronomical. That kind of thing. Where,
Interesting.
yeah, it seems like she's been around for at least a couple of months, but she hasn't, like, she didn't, there's no trail of where she came from. There's no, like, she mostly operated out of the dregs. No such luck, though. On anything more specific than that.
I think that's still more than we had, so I'm good with that.
I guess the best way to describe it, yeah, is like, she obviously knew her value, was unwilling to demonstrate it, and when no one was willing to meet her asking price sight unseen, she just was gone. But yeah, and eventually, you all get back to the Guaranteed estate. Except for Chester, of course.
Okay.
A little time to decompress, and I assume go over what happened.
Yeah. Samara's just like, I can't believe I choked. It's crazy. Like they're not even speaking in other complete sentences. They're just deferring to whatever Garrett says to. They're just like doing like playback in their head. Just like,
God.
that's crazy. I can't believe what the fuck just happened.
Yeah.
I, for one, am going to sleep well tonight. Fine
I'm
booze,
never gonna sleep again.
fine food, made a little bit of money for everyone, and I got to watch Good Doctor strike it out. The beautiful woman. Nothing better.
This will haunt me.
Reminds me of the good old days.
I mean,
Go ahead. Finish your conversation.
no, I was gonna be like, well, clearly if Chester got her, then like, you know, there was something else going on. But like, he was a person of action, I guess. That's true. He organized this whole plan.
It would seem the Good Doctor is jealous of Chester's game.
I mean, I want to be defensive, but no. I mean, he did it.
Magnus is on the stairs just dying. Like, he's not, like, you don't hear him laughing, but you'll just, like, hear the fucking stairs creaking from how hard his body is shaking from laughing.
He was so drunk. I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't. How though?
I don't know. I mean, I guess she was game and he said yes. And that's, you know, fair enough. Fair play to him.
Oh, and Mr. Magnus, sounds like you're getting a pay raise soon.
Oh, you really think it's gonna come all the way down to the foot soldiers, if you will?
Lawrence shrugs. A good business would.
I have heard that you're supposed to, like, pay up from the bottom, but I don't know how it works.
Well, you see, if you want to keep good quality workers, you need to make sure to pay them well. Pay them what they're worth. That way they're not wanting to look for better things.
So when people are shitty, you should underpay them to make them leave?
At that point, you just get rid of them.
Yeah, you just fire them.
That makes more sense, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of gives like a very like solemn sage nod.
Good business is made of good workers.
What about Miss Mira? She wasn't paid super well for her work. And she
Lawrence
stayed.
offers Mira a pitiful glance.
Well, I don't really know very much about money, so I guess I don't always get the best deal.
It's vital to know your worth, Miss Tyrell.
You think Father took advantage of you, Miss Mira?
I don't think so.
You know, your cluelessness.
She kind of shrugs.
He kind of leans in close to you and just, like, from the stairs and just, Miss Mira, I can bash his knee in with a club if you want me to.
No, don't hit people if you can help it.
Don't you hit people sometimes, Miss Mira?
Only if I have to.
Well, I mean, if Father's was an asshole to you, I mean, I might have to.
I wouldn't assume anything.
Yeah, that's a good thing, because when you assume, you're just gonna start more fights, and it's better to just talk things out.
It's a good point, Magnus. Violence is
Exactly.
a valid solution to many situations, but oftentimes it has a way of causing more situations you have to resolve. And if they say violence begets violence, at that point it'll just cascade.
On the other hand, sometimes, sometimes inaction makes you lose out to fucking Chester.
Samar lies down on their stomach on the ground, just face in the carpet.
Magnus, like, finally gets up off the stairs and, like, walks over and very lightly puts his massive boot on your back and just stares. I think I won this one, Miss Mira.
What? Won what?
They put like a thumb up. They like flash them a thumbs up from like
Oh, no.
still on the ground.
I mean, seems pretty obvious from where I'm standing.
I don't know what I won, but I think I won.
Certainly a victory from my perspective.
Okay.
I mean this, at this point, like, you know, he steps off and
Yeah.
I mean this with complete genuineness, Doctor, but, he considers for a moment and just starts laughing and just, like, brushes the thought away. Just, oh, never mind.
No, go ahead.
No, it's fine.
They like sit up. I mean, look, I
it's
struck
fine.
out, but it's still possible.
Come now.
I was just
Mr.
going.
Magnus, good Dr. Samar here is a seasoned mercenary who has done battle against inhuman threats and human ones alike. I'm sure whatever you have, they can take.
I was just gonna say, I mean, listen, if I wasn't so... I'm sure there's someone in a different world, Samar. I would... there's a world that's not this one. Well, I would probably just offer you, like, a pity fuck, but I'm sorry. He just
Thanks.
bursts out laughing again.
Samar laughs too.
Lawrence laughs 3.
Oh. Go ahead.
Garrett just shakes his head. He's like, all right, it's bedtime.
I think Streak is just watching all this with a very resigned amusement.
My God, Streak's being amused by their shenanigans.
I think after laughing for a while, Samar looks up at Magnus and is like, "You think that's why she slept with Chester?"
Well, I think if so, she's got lower standards with that, then, well,
Yeah.
I'm not
Are
gonna
you
say
not
that.
supposed to do romance things with drunk people? Mira looks very worried.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I don't know how drunk she was, and I don't know. I mean, they might not be doing anything, of course, but I don't think we could stop them at the moment if we wanted to. In the sense that, she's very powerful, and
To be fair, so is Miss Tyrell. Who do you think would win in a? I'm not gonna finish the thought.
Miss Marrow, Miss Marrow could probably. I mean, I've seen a, he like flexes a little bit. She might look small, but like, I mean, I think if I were a betting man, which I am, I would bet that out of everyone here, she's the only one who could punch someone's head clean off.
oh, I mean, that's clearly true. I just, she might end up having to go against the whole Soul Blue if she went after Edelvine's daughter.
I still can't believe that.
You and me both.
I didn't even know Edelvine had a daughter.
You and me both.
I think every fucking person in the damn Soldiers of Blue wouldn't show up about if he had a hot daughter, but no. No one ever talked about it. And he just kind of like keeps postulating and talking for pretty much as long as you guys are in the living room talking.
Can I ask something? Would Rohan have known if Edelvine had a daughter?
You can ask after the session.
Well, I'm asking because if Rohan knew, I think he would have told Zane.
Rowan would not have known.
told? Okay, fine, fair enough. Me trying to back my way into exposition.
Lawrence will also head to bed after a bit.
Yeah, it is well after midnight. Everyone has time to relax a little bit and hopefully get a sense of self. Anything else anyone's doing for the night?
Sleeping like a fucking rock.
Yep.
Alright. Sounds good. With that, you all head to bed, and it will be a new morning. You guys are planning to leave today, correct?
Yep. So we
Yeah?
go to our meeting, collect the book, collect all the rest of the supplies that weren't delivered, and I guess reconvene back at the house. If everything works out, of course.
You're able to get the book. Your new unwilling ally, Mallory Polaire.
Willing.
I mean, she wasn't interested in this when it started. Like, she didn't ask to be part of this. Unwitting, I suppose. I don't know.
Ally by circumstance.
Yes, an ally by circumstance. Is more than prepared. Also, Alice lets Mallory essentially go through all of her mom's clothes to get a couple of changes of clothes because she doesn't have any.
That's nice.
But yeah, so with that, you guys finish preparations, get everything together for your eventual departure towards Alasir. And on the way, the last few things you're going to be doing, with Mallory Polaire, you will be giving her the book.
Robert?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I'll probably ask, have you, what do you intend to add?
I intend to ask the best way that I alone can capture this assassin.
Interesting. Lawrence will look to the others for their reactions.
Well, I guess if we're leaving, then we can't exactly help.
Question is that enough? She was instructed to go to you. So they already know about you. She ends up just missing before she can send word. That may be the ideal scenario for you to return to your life. Unless they can find out about a house being attacked.
I don't know yet what the long-term solution for this is. But I know that I'm not going to hide for fear of my life the Guarantine house. While mine is being looted by a bunch of soldiers and guards.
Lawrence nods. Able to empathize with the feeling.
I don't know where I go after I capture her. He mentioned a plan for the Elder Guarantine to use his position to put out a poster of want for her. Perhaps she just happens to get captured. She never knows I did it. I feel worried. You couldn't leave the book with me.
I'm not certain that's going to be happening.
I did not
I'm certain
think
that's not going to be happening.
to trust anyone with it. I almost feel it should be my duty to make sure you don't have it just as much. There's a reason it was hidden in middle of nowhere, far below where anyone could find it.
Yes, that much is clear.
What do you intend to
After
do with
everything
it?
is said and done, we should dispose of it, I'd say.
Yeah.
That much,
Ethereum,
Just
maybe?
listen.
that much value. She considers for a moment.
Comes a point in where one must consider the ramifications of such profits.
She gives a nod
sure.
of agreement, but obviously heartbreak at this literally priceless artifact.
Lawrence feels the same, but ultimately, I think the depths are where it belongs.
I am a trained and certified mannerite. Perhaps I could disenchant it. We could sell the mana from it.
Lawrence looks back and forth to the others like, is that feasible for such a thing?
I mean, if it is, that seems like maybe the best of all worlds.
I've never been commissioned for something so arcane. Normally, the more valuable, the more people want to keep it, not destroy it, but this is a very unique artifact we have. I imagine your blade would give maybe 5,000-10,000 silver worth of mana, perhaps more. But this, who knows?
I almost feel like this is too dangerous.
Removing it to just its base mana. Making it a book again. Taking away its magic. That at least gives you value for it. And my commission.
And what is your commission?
It depends on the item. I've never had anything quite this valuable that someone wanted disenchanted before. I would say... She pauses for a moment. 5,000 silver or 10% value, whichever's higher. Though no more than 50% if it turns out to be precious little somehow.
Well, if we do go about that, I don't think it'll be soon.
More little shards of humanity to give up, I suppose.
Lawrence nods solemnly.
How long would it take to disenchant?
I could not even begin to imagine. Weeks. More.
Okay. Okay. In that case, whatever we do will have to be after we take care of Wallace one way or the other, so...
What are you going to do with it in the meantime? Just keep it with you?
Yeah.
Yep.
Is Magnus part of this conversation, by the way? Have you guys told him about the book?
We did it.
I don't recall.
Your choice, Alex.
I genuinely don't remember.
Okay, so it's your call
you can
here.
Decide in this moment.
I think we told him there was like a very powerful magical artifact and like it gives you information. I think maybe we didn't tell him like
Yeah, I
exactly,
think
but...
we didn't tell him exactly, but like abstractly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I mean, would you be okay with him as part of this conversation?
Day?
It's, you know...
Wouldn't he be at work?
Yeah, middle of the day he would be, so... Irrelevant.
Okay.
Alice is here, though. In the house, anyway. Like, you guys can have this conversation away from her if you want.
I think that'd be Lawrence's preference.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But if we're supposed to be leaving today...
Mm-hmm.
Like, I wanted to talk to him
said
before we left.
I mean, you could establish that you had a conversation with him earlier.
He can make his way back knowing when you're gonna leave.
Okay.
He gets paid lunches.
All right.
Started offering stock options, too.
Ooh.
Well,
Anyway, so...
Adavine's a very good boss for being a slave owner.
Aren't they the same thing?
Yeah.
Anyway.
So... What are you intending on doing with it, then? Just keeping it on your person? Hoping you don't come across another Wallace? Or another assassin who could perhaps take it from you?
Would you let it out of your sight?
I would... keep
Maybe
it
put it in a very
someplace
secure
only
bank.
I knew. She gives a
Yeah.
little smile at that.
The unfortunate thing is, the main reason we were threatened this time is due to the bystanders. The loved ones of Miss Tyrell.
She just narrows her eyes a little bit and shakes her head. The Guarantines are awful neighbors, but I don't think I would wish them dead for it.
Would
But
you
I can only imagine for this tome.
Would you for such an item? Is the real question.
I imagine a lot of people would do a lot more for even one question.
Hmm. Well, luckily we'll not have to do such for one question. I believe it is more than fine by all of our standards for what you've been through. You didn't ask for nor deserve this. That's not lost on us.
Would it be permitted for me to ask a second question?
Lawrence nods, looks at the others.
Fine with me. Can I ask what
Yeah.
it would be?
I'd also like to know.
It would
You
be
don't have to tell
private.
us.
I see.
Okay.
Then the only thing is I'd urge you caution in your use, but if you wish to, I will not stop you.
Yeah.
She gives a nod and motions for you to slide the book to her side of the table.
Would you consider an appraisal as part of this transaction?
She raises an eyebrow.
We already know what it does, but if there's any more insights we can glean, I don't think it would, hurt anything.
There's much I want to glean from this book. Many questions I would love to ask it. But I fear I will not know much more than you.
I understand.
Give her the book?
Yeah,
She
we're all present.
focuses for a moment, holding it in her hands, like her hand, it's on the table and she's got like her hands on each side of it. She runs them over it, obviously examining it. And this can answer anything.
Was that a question, Robert?
She was just kind of stating it out loud, like in disbelief almost.
Just about. It's. I think it has some limitations to what it can truly answer, but yeah.
There was this husk of a tree or root system of some kind. One that Mr. Vrock's abilities told him that there was a certain feeling associated. What was the word? Erudition?
Yeah, I think that was what they used.
Aether, the saint?
It seems there might be some relation.
Yeah.
She blinks a few times, obviously nervous, and finally holds her hands, like wrapping them around the tome before closing her eyes and very subtly and quietly mouthing a question without so much as a word. Sorry?
Can we read her lips at all?
Very
Also?
subtly, no.
All right.
No. And there's a very large shiver that goes up her spine. Like, she's obviously still scared doing this. Before the book slams open, she opens her eyes, it flips pages very quickly, just and slams again, and she stares at the page, and her eyes just go wide, and it slams shut. No more than 10 seconds. Minute, maybe, total, after she's completely just staring ahead and finally blinks and shakes it off.
Is it as you expected?
It's just that easy.
It's a bit of a weird sensation, though, isn't it? Having the knowledge pour into you as you read it.
I could... Her arm's still around the book again. I could know everything.
I wouldn't recommend
I
it.
could know the truth to this tome, the truth to Aspection. Primordial God.
Miss Polari.
Mira looks concerned.
You could learn everything. So
Miss Polari.
quickly.
Keep in mind what you lose from this.
She gives a nod.
You cannot do this endlessly.
There is a world much better than this, where this falls in the hands of scholars. Where there is a great library with all the knowledge of the world in it, thanks to this tome.
It's a shame we don't live in that world.
And unfortunately, as long as men are born, such as Mr. Wallace, we will continue to not be in such a world.
Yeah.
Besides, I think any scholar who got this book wouldn't be a scholar for long.
They wouldn't be able to stop reading from it.
You deal. You're Mr. Wallace. I will deal with Ayami Soji. She has people she trusts.
See, I'd like.
She has a place she trusts.
And you think you can get the drop on her when she can move that fast?
A little bit of poison. Just need to find someone. I'm sure I can.
Garrett looks over at Lawrence real quick. Not obvious, but like gives him a look like, is this something you want in on?
I think if Lawrence was a focus, he'd be a little hurt by that. But for now, he'll just keep his focus on her and say, "I'd like to know what exactly you learned there, since it seems that was not the personal question. But before you do ask another, I'd like to show you something, if you don't mind."
She
it's
stares at you.
Still dark in here, right?
Yeah.
Miss Tyrell, is there a lamp?
Is there like a candelabra or something?
Yeah.
Sure,
Oil
I
lamp,
will
all kinds of stuff.
bring it forth.
In
Or
exchange
fetch
for
one or whatever.
even taking the book with us, that thing down there took parts of us. Parts that I'd imagine wouldn't be taken until maybe quite a few questions, but parts that it clearly lacked. And Lawrence will demonstrate that he literally does not have a shadow.
Her mouth opens, but she doesn't say anything, and then she closes it again, and
As I said before, I'll not stop you from asking again. Just,
I won't.
I'd urge you to consider.
I won't. It's frustrated. It's so bad, but it's a world where it can be so good.
Robbie, you're speaking away from the
There's a world where it could be so good, where this would be so much more important. But I see my limits. I am not foolhardy. I am not going to make those mistakes. And she finally just releases her grip on the book and shoves it back towards you and crosses her arms. There is a woman who works for Haven, a hostel in the Dregs. She has been covering for Miss Soji, helping her, keeping her invisible. She is my way in. She will be the one to help me. Soji cannot be fast if she does not see what is coming.
Hmm.
From there,
If the situation were any different, I might have asked you not to. But I say turnabout's fair play.
I will need Mr. Magnus. And she turns to Mira. I don't understand your relation with them, but protect them as if their mother, but you look more like their sister. Just curious. But either way,
I'm older than I look.
her
She
arms
kind
still...
of smiles awkwardly.
She's still got her arms covered, like, her arms folded and kind of like almost trying to avoid shivering as she continues. I will need...
I think despite the situation, Lawrence laughs to himself, thinking of just how hard it would be to pull her away from Mira if she knew.
She just shakes her head.
Leave me alone.
I will need Mr. Magnus for my plan. Because Miss Soji can never know that I am the one who captured her.
You're planning on capturing her?
The woman at Haven.
Not killing her?
The woman at Haven will be poisoning her, and then she will be taken into custody of the soldiers of the Blue before ever awakening.
I see.
I will be able to go back about my life. No matter how
guess-
fast she is not strong enough to break chains.
I guess then Alice would too.
Perhaps she will die in custody, I do not care. As long as she is not a threat, I get my life back. I suppose your Alice does as well. I can handle
Oh,
this.
she doesn't know what happened to Alice, I guess. Unless someone told her. I don't
She
remember.
was here. They were both here for like a day.
Yeah.
Well, but I don't know if they talked to each other about what happened.
Not really. Alice was... Like, Alice finds it a little weird how many people you keep bringing into the house.
Yeah, well, fair.
And Alice is the baby of the family.
Yes.
So,
I wish we could, not bring anybody else into the house. That'd be great. But anyway,
I can handle this.
well, he already wanted to. This is Alex out of character. How do I phrase?
Put in a bounty on her. Put out a bounty on her.
There you go. Exactly. Bad brain. He already wanted to report her and get a bounty put on her, so I think he would help you, but you would have to ask him, or I would, before we leave.
I will take care of it. Go and deal with this. And there is, like, horror in her eyes every time, like, the book even enters her vision. Do not dwell on it. Do not let this take any longer. If you decide to get rid of it, so be it. If not, I will do everything in my power to do so. After all, she gives a little smile. Trained and certified Mannerite.
And it has been nothing but pleasure
working with such a professional. Lawrence is going to make a stand and go to the next room. It's gonna, Robert. I'd like to make the thing she needs. Can I just do it with my ability or anything rolled?
No. Let me take a look. I don't think you need to roll anything. Lawrence. Yeah, you've got level 2 poisoner. An execution attack, and it can be non-lethal at your discretion.
And she gets a minus of my heal skill to her save.
All right. So -1. All right. So you made one hell of a poison there.
It's a few minutes, not long, surprisingly not long, before Lawrence comes back and holds out a small vial with, I'm assuming, looks very water-like. Maybe there's the thinnest blue tint to it.
What is this?
A courtesy from one professional to another. It is the thing that will put her to sleep.
She raises an eyebrow. Fines and fineries, yes?
Only the rarest and best quality.
Which one's this?
I'd call it a find. He puts it down on the table. Oh, look, you found it.
She smiles. If you need that book destroyed, I will do so.
Can I grab the book and use it right now?
Just yoink it?
I mean, I'm not like gonna yank it away, but like, you know.
Go over
like,
to the table where it's sitting and just sit down and ask the question? Yeah.
Gonna make your intentions known, or you just...
No, I think I'm just gonna do it.
All right.
Okay, I know how... Okay, there's like 2 versions of how I ask this question. One is... Actually, Robert, can you tell me, would this be one question? Would this qualify?
Would what?
Where and... Would this qualify as one question? Where and in what state is Dr. Shaw?
Yeah, I would say that would, I would say that could qualify as one.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out if I want to ask that or if I should just say, like, what has happened to Dr. Shaw since I last saw her, which would give me more information, and I assume would also answer the first question. So, yeah, I guess I'll do that. What all has happened to Dr. Katie Shaw since I last saw her?
So, as Samar sits down, you think maybe ready to grab the book. Instead, you watch as the book slams open, again, through those pages, slamming shut at a random one, and information filling your brain, Samar. And as you finally start to get the answer, as the burning question that has driven so many of your nights, so many of your decisions, so many moments of your life of recent, finally fills your brain, as the information is finally there and your mind is finally opened, we are going to go ahead and end tonight's session.
Tee-hee.
Not a bad place to end it. That way you get to...
It gives me time.
Write
It
everything
gives me
down.
time. It gives me
8
time.
hours.
Yeah.
It gives me time. I'll get it to you tonight or tomorrow. I
Yeah,
just
that's
like
fine.
there's a lot of info there. I got.
Of course,
try
yeah,
and-
for sure.
That's funny.
I
Parse.
specifically phrased it such that it would give me as much info as possible.
I
so-
know. No, like I said, the book isn't it's not a monkey's paw or a genie's lamp. Like it's not gonna fuck you
Yeah.
over.
Great.
But no, I gotcha. So.
Beautiful.
Well, look at that, guys. By the way, the question she asked about subduing, she got the exact same answer I was gonna give you guys.
Oh, you want to tell us?
Yeah, I did. There's someone she's staying with who is the Ayami is staying with,
That she trusts.
that she trusts, by the name of Ilara Teal. She works for Haven, which is a hostel that is hiding in the dregs, where they kind of like keep and like protect the poor and homeless before they get arrested.
Mm-hmm.
Ilara is essentially the eyes and ears of Haven, and she does blackmail and shit. Like, she's willing to go far to protect people. You didn't get the reason why, because she didn't, but for some reason, Ayami, A, trusts her, and B, has her protection. And she makes Ayami breakfast sometimes.
Why does Mallory think that she'll be willing to poison?
Because Mallory can turn invisible and add a poison to it while her back is turned. She won't even know she's doing it.
Okay,
And then she just goes, "Hey, Magnus, you got that anonymous report that you can put in, right? About her being seen?" And Magnus goes, "Oh, yeah, I did. All right, well, that anonymous report is at 9:30 in the morning at so-and-so building in the dregs." And he goes, "Oh, okay, I'll go ahead and get that reported." And then there you go. That was another way I thought. That's how I thought you guys were gonna handle it. Like, I've had that written out for a while. When I thought after you guys got the book, I was like, okay, you're gonna ask how to get Ayami without killing her. That would have been the answer. You fucking poison her because no amount of speed can stop poison.
I've been thinking like for like 2 weeks now. What if Lawrence had tried to poison the wine or something, and anyway. I like how we did it. I think that was very cool all around.
Yeah, I think we did well.
Oh no, you guys did a hell of a job. Like, I didn't think I would really be introducing. I have so much trouble remembering her name. I wrote her, she had Mallory Polari. Yeah, she got like a paragraph. Like, I did not write a lot about her.
Cool
I was not expecting her to be a main party ally.
It feels like we're tight as hell at this point.
Yeah, we like really just went all in on trusting her.
It's been business.
Yeah.
Oh. Frey missed the party. Well, Ronnie missed the party.
Yeah.
Frey had a great time, probably. I don't know.
Oh, I'm sure Frey had a great time. You know who didn't have a great time at the party?
At least Magnus got to enjoy it retroactively.
Oh.
I'm going to lose a point from Int, right?
You are going to lose a point from... I think this will be Wisdom.
No!
Oh, rip.
Are you for real?
Int is for things that can be like coherently read in a book. Like, they would be something that like would be written down or specifically.
Biographies? This has been written. This would be in a book, right?
It was written down right in front of your eyes.
Oh, the book giveth, the book taketh away.
Are you for real? That sucks so much.
That's just hilarious that you put the point specifically into Int just so it could be taken away by the book. I can't switch the
point over to Wiz.
I will let everyone else make that decision because I don't want to be the bad guy.
Don't care.
No, you're not allowed to abstain from the vote.
Don't care. It means I don't mind if he does.
Okay.
I have no problem if that's how we do it, seeing as how that was the whole intention of the level up point.
No, that's also a little min-maxy, but it's funny.
It's a little min-maxy.
Okay, hang on.
It's a little gamey, but you did it on purpose. So.
I think I got the deal. I got the deal, guys. I got the deal. Adarsh, you can do it, but Robert's going to add min-maxer to your name on Discord forever.
That's fine.
I'm not going to do that. That would just make me angry every time I looked at it.
No, he's gonna put it in the on the character image in the YouTube video.
In the recording?
It's gonna only appear during the sessions we do the funny games in front. So like Alex and Ronnie will have the star, and you're gonna have min-maxer.
Anyway, so everyone's okay with it then, Lee?
Yeah, we make the one decision, and this is it. No more going forward. If you lose a point, you lose a point from wherever.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Like I said, like that's not something that like you could like feasibly study the way like, you know, historical stuff or ancient religious stuff, like things like that you could read in a book and
That's fair, I guess.
And we are heading. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I think I went off of like I think Alex said that she'd lost a point from int for something, and I was like, okay, this seems like relatively close to that. So I maybe it would have been int if I had gone with my first question, which is where and in what state is Dr. Shaw?
I would have been the same thing.
Same thing. Okay, then in that case, I feel
same
less
question,
bad,
different context.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
But yeah.
I got a question.
Yep.
I got like an after dark question.
Okay.
I'm curious what she thinks of the party people. We're gonna like separate from her next session, right? I don't think it's going to play into things much.
I'm not expecting you guys to have another conversation with her before leaving. Like I'm expecting Mira says another goodbye to Magnus and Alice, and then you guys leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, she fucking loves like Lawrence is fucking. They're two peas in a pod. She's like, this is my fucking. This is the son I always wanted.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. Merchant mom, is that you?
Glasses son, please.
Would she hate him if she knew his eye color?
I don't think she would hate him. I think it would be a much longer conversation then. I mean, she had the wherewithal to, even though she had permission for a second question, not ask one. And then go into the entire, like, imagine a world where people study their entire lives not just so they can learn and expand their own knowledge, but so that they're smart enough that they can sacrifice parts of their intelligence to learn things that they couldn't otherwise using the book. Like, imagine a world where there's a fucking, like, great library that does that.
Yeah. Imagine a world where you add a point to int just so that you can sacrifice by using the book.
It's like sacrifice your wisdom. What about the rest? Was there enough for her to have opinions on everyone in general?
That would
she
be.
likes Frey.
Everyone likes Frey.
Like, everyone likes Frey. Like, that's boring.
Yeah. But no, that would be an interesting concept, a library wherein the initiates who work there train their entire lives.
That way they can ask a question of the book.
To build up their intellect and their wisdom to be able to ask, 2 or 3 questions or without going insane.
Yeah, that was her thought. She was like, there's a fucking world where this is a thing. That's insane.
They'd have to have some kind of crazy defenses, though, if anyone knew about this library, because...
Oh, yeah, it would have to be like a whole fucking kingdom built around it. But you know what? They would know the best way to defend it.
But it all ultimately fall down once one person has the means
and
greed to misuse it.
It's just too powerful. Alas, gang. I'm excited to hear what Ronnie has to say about this session, because I feel like there was a lot of stuff that happened.
I want a live cast.
We need live tweeting.
That she live cast it.
Yeah, Adar shouldn't do it last time he missed, so...
Yes, I did.
You said like 2 things.
There was like 4 or 5 things.
But no, I'm really curious where her thoughts are. And also on top of that, you guys got another big reveal regarding Vreeland and the Soldiers of the Blue.
That Soldiers of the Blue are now the primary military and armed forces of Vreeland.
Yeah, and the 4th strongest guild in the country.
Yeah, it's fun. I'm sure we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah. The Sacred Blade Enforcers, the guards, will be getting rebranded as Blue Enforcers. And the Soldiers of the Blue will become a standing military. Which Fortuna Soul has not had separate.
Will, can you tell us what the deal with the one guy was? Was it just nothing?
He was invited. Yep.
My prediction was that he was just like a off-duty cop kind of thing, just for extra security. Or is that stupid because there's so many soldiers there? That's well. Say your thing.
So he is a character I think I've brought up before. In Alasir a long time ago. Named Ironhand Gerhardt. He was invited here.
Iron Hand. Didn't we run into? Didn't he try to recruit Streeg? Or is it Fred? He tried to recruit someone back in Alasir.
I don't remember this.
A very long time ago. I don't even remember the specifics because he was in like 2 minutes. Yeah, no, he didn't want to be recognized, so you hide.
He was
Iron Hand.
Yeah,
he was at the party that Cass took Streeg to, wasn't he? And I swear he tried to hire Streeg.
that sounds
I
right.
I don't remember that.
I
but
don't
sure.
remember the interaction you guys had. All I know is like it was like a 2-minute interaction.
Yeah.
But no, he does not like parties. He didn't want to be there, but someone wanted him there. And yeah.
Was he just uncomfortable, or was he actually looking out for something?
He's a very well-trained fighter who was keeping his eyes peeled as a way of being uncomfortable. There may be more specifics about who invited him. I'm not going to tell you.
Oh my.
Okay.
Well, you guys didn't get any answers about Zane, and you're leaving again. And hey, now the Soldiers of the Blue are a thing that are bigger and more influential. Now they have naval influence. Now that they're one of the big 5.
Yeah.
It was a great time for the head of Artivishde's navy to still be arrested.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I feel bad. I feel like he's just sitting there waiting for us to get him out, and I'm just like, I'm sorry, we have this world-ending book in our possession. We have to deal with that first.
You could ask the book about Zane.
I really thought there was going to be some other way to get
It's a
that
crutch,
info.
guys. Don't use it as a crutch.
You could ask the book about Zane. Like, I don't need to... See, this is another thing I love about the book. I don't need to do some stupid fucking mental saves to get you guys to think about using the book. Out of character, I just, like, present... You know what? If you really want to know something, just ask the book. And it's like, you're already considering it. I don't need to fucking force you in character to do it.
It's... I mean... I can't. I mean, I'm never going to use the book again. Clearly, like, I've used my one. That was my one.
I've already used the book twice.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have any leeway in my modifiers and stuff. And I mean, like, in like even in character, like I said, they wouldn't want to gamble with.
Yeah.
It was the only reason I did this one was like there is figured this out other than because like the art of like the Lucian Ray and stuff will never tell me.
No, you were kind of on your own. You either had to do the investigation separately or,
right.
when
So
the
it was
party
like-
has time.
Yeah, and like with Zane, I feel like there's at least some like threads I could tug on if I had time. But like with Dr. Shaw, it's just like there's nothing. So
Well, you will find out soon.
Yeah.
Until next time, guys.
Yeah.
Tee.